Hi. It's Twi. Hope you guys have been doing good. I miss you guys. I miss you guys so much. I miss being able to speak. Oh my god. Oh my god, my voice is back. Dude, I wouldn't say completely resting my voice for 2 weeks because I've like hopped on call with friends for like a little bit and talked a bit. But for the most part, I've been like really barely speaking for like the past 2 weeks, which has felt really weird, really different. Not being able to sing was so bad too, but I was able to sing earlier today, and that's when I was like, okay, if I can sing, I can probably stream. So today I wanted to have a chatting stream with everybody, but you know, you guys know me. I don't tend to actually sit down and do like a just chatting stream usually. So I was like, what would be stupid, you know, what would be funny? And I got recommended this old video that I found really funny of Smallant just like mining an entire chunk as a speedrun as like a media share video, and I was like, you know what, that would actually be a kind of chill like background activity to try and do this too. So today we have the legendary follow-up to the Jump King speedrun stream, equally, you know, maybe even more serious. We're gonna be speedrunning mining an entire chunk. It's such a stupid challenge, bro. Chunk speedrun. Let's go. Okay, and then I gotta be ready to start my timer. I haven't used live split in so long. Okay, here we go. Here we go, baby. So from the little bit that I saw, I don't really know like hardly anything about the strategy, but what I've seen people do is they go over to a village so that they can get food and iron quickly. And you know what? That makes sense to me. So I'm going to steal a page out of their book. I see a village over there. And we're going to go and pillage that momentarily. I'm going to get some wood first. Very, very strategic breakdown right here. But I hope y'all have been good, honestly. It's been a while. I know we had the stream, I guess, over a week ago now, where I did stream, but I couldn't use my voice. I just had to overlay my Discord chat log so that I could have, like, some means of communication, which was actually kind of creative. I thought it was funny. I remember I sent Shiny the clip of me pulling for Umas and not very successfully, and him being like, oh my god, is that Discord overlaid onto stream? And I was like, yeah. It was a good workaround though, honestly. Originally I was gonna do it with Notepad, and I was thinking about doing like a super ironic setup where I would like put a Hypercam 2 logo on the on the stream overlay. Or maybe in the background I have that like the like, what is it, Dreamscape, like the old trance music that people would always do. That would be funny, honestly. I should do that someday. If I lose my voice again, I got an idea. But that we got bread. Oh my god, 51 bread. Oh, I'm chilling. I understand the village strat now. There's more bread. I could get more bread. I don't think I need it, though. There's an iron golem. Let's probably... Let's make a stone axe and then beat him up for blocks. Because I guess the idea, right, is that you want to get an iron pickaxe as soon as possible. And once you've got one, like, you know, you'll find more iron as you dig the chunk. Did I didn't actually make a wooden pickaxe. Look at this time lost right here. I probably should just craft another crafting table instead of running back as well, but I can't help it. I'm a normal person. I'm not a speedrunner. I'm not I'm not cold like that to just be like, oh, well, whatever. I got extra wood. I'm just gonna make another crafting table right now. Save myself from running 20 blocks. Bro, what was I even talking about? I already forgot, dude. Yeah, hopefully I don't ever lose my voice like this again, because it really sucked. It was really sad, like, not being able to speak. I don't know how many of you guys like really follow what I do on Twitter, but I posted about how, you know, originally I was planning on visiting my cousin for Thanksgiving, and I ended up getting sick like right before Thanksgiving, and as it like worked out, I ended up like being bedridden for Thanksgiving. I was just laying in bed. I distinctly remember texting my dad, asking him to make me some rice and bring that to me in bed, because I didn't feel up to getting out of bed. But oh my god, Iron Golem just yeeted that dude. Yeah, you know, Thanksgiving was not great, but at the end of the day, you know, everything turned out fine. I got my voice back, and now we're chilling. It'll probably be a little bit before I feel like fully comfortable recording stuff again. But at the same time, I, luckily for me, am ahead on recording stuff. I've already got some of the upcoming projects done, which is not always the case, but this time it is. So, you know, fingers crossed that that stays the case. I feel like it's actually probably not optimal to do this in the desert, because there won't be as much like stone, right? There'll be a bunch of sandstone, which is useless. So let's try and get into a chunk that looks like easy enough to dig. I'd hope that we don't get too waterlogged while we do this either. But we're kind of surrounded by water right now. It's going to be hard to find a good chunk, because this is like so far up as well. I feel like the altitude here is too high. But at what point do I end up losing time by running instead of just digging? This hill looks a little much. This chunk? Then I have to like destroy this guy's house. That feels kind of mean. I'm sorry guys, I'm practicing ethical speedrunning here. I don't want to just dig down this guy's entire house. I feel like the audacity would be too much for me. I don't know if my heart could handle it. I didn't even realize that these ruined portals were still in the game back then. I'm playing on an old version right now. This is on 1.17, which is, I think, was that before Mojang got bought out? If not like before, it was close to that time, I want to say. Yeah, for no particular reason other than I think this speedrun category has been kind of dead for a while, and there were the most submissions to the category on I'm on 1.16 actually, because this was pre 1.17. So this way the leaderboard has like 110 people, and I can sort of compare how quickly we managed to mine an entire chunk relative to a larger pool of data. See how good of a competitor we truly are. Since it's you know, it's such a competitive category, you know, mining a whole chunk. Only the best of the best have the guts to attempt such a difficult run. Not for the light of heart. But I guess now that we're into just digging around and stuff, it'll be easier to just kind of chill and chat more. Oh wait, oh, I dug too far. Here we go. Okay. I'm still getting used to the grid lines. I don't normally... I had to look up how you turn on the chunk grid lines for this stream. Because I was like, I have no idea how this works. I see all the speedrunners have it, but I've never seen this setting turned on before. But today I learned. Yeah, I wanted to just kind of catch up about how things have been, honestly. I haven't been able to be up to a whole lot because I was sick for a while, but you know. I made some banana bread. I'm kind of sad. I just finished eating it like a couple hours ago. I made 2 loaves of banana bread because we had a bunch of bananas that were about to go bad. And so I was like, well, I've never done this before, but you know, what are you supposed to do when the bananas are about to go bad? You make banana bread. So I made myself some protein banana bread, of course. Yeah, what it really was is I just took the carrot muffin recipe that I had and I substituted carrots for bananas. I changed some of the ratios just purely on vibes. I didn't look up anything. I was just like, you know what? I feel like I probably shouldn't put as much liquid in for the bananas, or, you know, just kind of arbitrary stuff, if I'm being honest. I don't know why I bothered making a wooden shovel. This is going to be so slow. Oh my god, where's stone? Where's stone? Stone? Stone. There we go. Boom. Okay. That'll be good enough. Yeah, I tried making the banana bread. It came out really wet, even though I tried to cut the liquid ratios back. But what we ended up doing is we just, like, sliced it, and then we put the oven temp really low and just kind of dried it out in the oven for a while. And after we did that, it was pretty good. I enjoyed it. You know, I've never made banana bread, surprisingly, in like the many years that I've been baking relatively simple stuff. It's because I just eat the bananas. Like, I don't know, it feels wrong to buy the bananas and just let them sit until they're like falling apart. It felt strange to me, but you know what? It just kind of was a happenstance this time around, so finally got around to trying it. Because I remember I've never personally made banana bread, but I remember one of my friends, I think it was one of my Pokemon friends back when I was playing competitively more often. I like visited him and I brought him like cookies or something. I don't remember. I made something that I gave to him, and I remember his mom was like, "Oh, that's so sweet of you. Here, have some banana bread." And they like took the container that I gave them the cookies in, and they ow! Sorry. Can you not, sir? I probably should have gotten a bed. That would have been a really smart idea, wouldn't it? Oh well, I guess I'm just gonna dig even though it's nighttime. There's a lot of mobs. The village will have beds. Okay, let's run back to the village. Let's correct our mistake here, because I think it was a stupid idea to not sleep. What was I saying? Yeah, I gave them like some cookies or whatever, and my friend's mom was like, "Here, have some banana bread." And she took like she took all the cookies that I made out of the container and just gave me the container back, but with some like chocolate chip banana bread or something. And oh man, I was not familiar with banana bread's game. Like, that banana bread was seriously so good. I still remember to this day, and I haven't seen this friend in like years. But I distinctly remember it being like really delicious. And so I was inspired. I was like, you know what? I'm going to make banana bread with chocolate. And that I did. I made it I used mint chocolate just because that's what I always have in the fridge, and it was pretty good. You know, I ended up having like a funny way of splitting the loaves with my dad, because I know that my dad doesn't like the chocolate as much as me. Like, he'll tolerate a little bit, but he doesn't like it when it's like big chunks of chocolate in whatever like baked goods I've made. And for some reason, the way that the banana bread like baked out, or maybe the way that the batter like poured out of the bowl, I'm not sure exactly why, it like clumped really hard into the middle. So there was like a lot of chunks of banana and chocolate in the middle of the bread. And then the edges were like just oat flour and like whatever very mixed banana like stuff. Yeah, all of the like fillings were like really condensed into the middle of the loaf. And so he ended up taking most of the edges of the loaf, and I ended up eating most of the middle part where all the chocolate was, which worked out pretty well for me because I love mint chocolate. So no complaints from me for getting extra chocolate in the bread. And you know, on his half, he gets the plainer ones, and that's how he likes it. And so everybody's happy. But all in all, it was pretty good, you know. I don't know when the next time I'll end up making banana bread would be, but I thoroughly enjoyed having it around. Then again, though, I just really like having baked goods around in my fridge. Like, I am such a sucker for baked goods. I think that's part of why I've tried to like get into making these like protein like baked goods like muffins and banana bread and stuff like that. It's simply because they're not like as high sugar. You know, there's some protein, there's some fiber, so it keeps you full longer. Like, to me, it's not even so much that I'm super worried about, like, oh, you gotta, like, get tons of protein. You know, everything has to be protein. Although it does kind of help for me, because I don't get, like, copious amounts of protein throughout the rest of my day. So, you know, having, like, one, like, extra little snack a day that's got some additional protein content, it makes it easier to get, like, a good amount. But I also think that a lot of people go too crazy about protein, and you just end up taking more than you can do anything with in your body. And that's an expensive pursuit, so don't overdo it with the protein stuff for any of my exercise homies. But anyway, what was I saying? I just really like having stuff around to snack on, because it keeps me from making worse decisions, you know, like sitting there and being like, you know, I'm really craving something. I guess I'll go to Tim Hortons. And then I go there, and, you know, half of the time I'll go with my dad, and we'll just like split a half dozen box of donuts. And all of a sudden I'm eating 3 donuts. And, you know, it's delicious. I thoroughly enjoy them, but they're not very filling. You know, they're very empty calories. Like, I don't have a problem with going to Tim's and getting stuff. But at the same time, you know, it's not even like it's a social decision. Like, my friends want to stop at Tim's, and I'm being the guy who's like, oh, actually, I'm trying to watch what I'm eating right now. You know, let's go somewhere else. Or like, oh, I'll have nothing. Because even if you're not actually imposing on anyone else in the group, sometimes it can feel kind of awkward if you're the only one not eating. Because then people will like feel bad for you. Even if you don't mind. Like, even if you're like, nah, I'm not that hungry, it's fine. They will feel like they're leaving you out. And then you feel kind of bad for making them feel kind of bad. Yeah. Anyway, it's not like that kind of situation. It's literally just like, you know, the difference between me snacking when nobody's looking on like 3 donuts that have like no nutritional value versus like 1, or like even like a muffin or 2 that are like normal versus like 1 muffin that, you know, I get some fiber and some protein, and it's, you know, it's not like fried. Are muffins normally... I don't think muffins are normally fried. Donuts are deep fried. But I don't think muffins are. I think muffins are still always baked. I could be wrong about that. There's a decent amount of oil, like, in the batter for muffins. That's one thing I've learned. But you're not, like, frying them, per se. I don't know how much that matters for what it's worth. But, aside from anything else, they don't make me feel bad. I think that's the biggest thing, right? Is, like, you can have a food that's supposed to be unhealthy or not or whatever. I think that the best determining factor of whether you should feel bad about eating it or not is if you, like, feel physically, like, bloated or your bowels get really angry. Like, if your body is, like, upset about your decision after the fact, then usually it means, you know, oh, I probably shouldn't have done that. You know, maybe next time I gotta find a different solution. But, you know, if you can eat whatever food and you feel fine after, then, like, why not? Anyway, yeah, I enjoyed my my banana bread. That was nice. Also, since I brought up the Pokemon friend, I actually did finally reach out to some of my old Pokemon friends. I know some of you guys were encouraging me whenever I would bring up that, you know, sometimes I think about messaging them again. I did it. I finally went back and said hello to the boys. Like a handful of them. I didn't reach out to that many people, but reached out to a few people after a long time, and it was pretty nice, you know. We didn't really do anything per se. It was sort of just me DMing them and being like, hey, you know, I've been over here doing this thing, and they're like, wow, that's really cool, bro. And I'm like, thanks, man. What have you been up to? And then they told me what's been up for them, and, you know, it's just you know, the usual for when you're sort of rekindling with an old friend, but it's not because of, like, you're about to do an activity together or something. You're just reaching out to see what's up. I saw one of them got married, actually, which is really great, because I was friends with both him and the girl he ended up getting married to back then, and I always thought that they were a really cute couple together. I thought that they were great. So finding out that they got married is really sweet. Made me very happy for them. And it was nice to catch up with a couple other friends as well. You know, it didn't seem like they'd been up to quite as much, but always cool to just say hello. It was kind of fun to bring up, like, playing Pokemon again a little bit, because even though I haven't been playing competitively, like, hardly at all since I became a VTuber, I did have the one little stint, like, a year ago where I got to rank 1 on Pokemon Showdown for, I don't know, like, a couple weeks. And, you know, cool enough, they're actually rerunning the same format that I was rank 1 in at the official tournaments right now. So I was like, yeah, I haven't really been playing, but, you know, I did get rank 1 in this format for a couple weeks, and they're like, shee, he still got it. And I was like, I do, sort of. I don't feel like I still got it now, but I still had it when I was playing again, you know. But it was fun to kind of see what's up, say hello. Maybe I have an idea for a Pokemon event that I may or may not do in the, like, in the future. I was gonna say in the near future. I don't actually know if that's true. It might be a while. I would have to wait and see in terms of when I would want to be doing it, but it would be nice. I think it would be really cool if I had more like Pokemon friends in the VTuber sphere that I could, like, sort of overlap those groups. I think that would be really sick. I think I think Nevu plays a little bit. I know he's like, I know he does like Nuzlocke and stuff sometimes, I think, but I don't know if he ever played the competitive formats at all. I gotta see. I was supposed to ask him about it just out of curiosity, like quite a while back, but I always forget. I also saw Nevu had his 2.0 debut, and he made this like visual novel, like lore video from scratch, and he put my name in the special thanks, which is so cute. I was so surprised because I don't know. I like to catch up with Nevu every once in a while, just over DMs or whatever. But like, we haven't really gamed properly since V3S, I want to say. So, seeing that he thought to put me under the special thanks was such a sweet little gesture, and it was a really cute like lore video. It definitely gave like proper like visual novel vibes, which I thought was really cool. I don't play a lot of visual novels. I've played a couple short ones. You know, I have one friend who is way more into visual novels than me. I tend to mostly stick to anime. I'm too lazy to read, but you know, that's like kind of normal nowadays. There's lots of people who don't feel like reading anymore. But it was really it was a really sweet gesture. I thought it was really wholesome. You know, I feel like you don't see little gestures like that very often in the like online creative sphere. So it always makes me feel like really warm and fuzzy when somebody does something like that. You know, I've had, I think actually the only times this has happened to me was both in the past like few months, which is really cool, where somebody will just kind of like message me out of the blue and be like, hey, I just wanted to say I really like your singing, you know, and I'll just be like, what? Like, thank you. Like, that's so wholesome. It's like kind of the same vibe in some ways as if you're ever just like walking down the street and somebody is like, hey, I just wanted to tell you that your outfit looks really cute. Okay, bye. You know, like, you know, they just kind of like throw a compliment at you and run away. You're like, what? Like, that's so wholesome because, you know, a lot of the time you don't think to say those things out loud when you think them. But it's so harmless, you know, like you might as well. You might as well. I think in the past like year, I've made it a habit to be more vocal when I have supportive thoughts for like other creatives or just people in general, but especially, you know, if I see like a song that I think is cool or a video or whatever, to just like leave a comment and be like, you know, gas them up a little bit. I think that it's a really cool thing to do, and it makes people feel very validated and appreciated, which is something that you can never do enough of nowadays. You know, in an era where it feels like everybody sees everything, but everybody's invisible at the same time, just a little small act of kindness can go such a long way. Because on social media, you see, like, the highlight reel of so many people that you kind of feel like everything you're doing in comparison to that is just like very minuscule, you know? It's very easy to downplay whatever you've got going on in your life when you see the highlight reel as like the depiction of everybody else. And realistically, if you check those people's profiles, they probably have like normal stuff going on too, but the algorithm doesn't always show you that stuff unless you're like really devout in following someone. So you tend to just see like the best moments for everyone. And for that reason, you know, as a creator, sometimes you can get into a feeling that, you know, everything has to be big and you have to make a real big deal about when you do something that took a lot of effort. Because, you know, you don't want it to go to waste. You want to make sure that whatever big thing you finally accomplished, you know, as many people as possible will see it. And so it really is shocking when you're not doing anything that crazy. You know, you're just kind of going about your activities as usual. And somebody else takes the time to sort of pop by and be like, hey, I just wanted to say that I think you're really cool. And, you know, I like that you did da-da-da-da thing. And I'm just like, what? Just out of the blue? Out of the blue random? Just because you felt inspired? That's so wholesome, you know? Little things like that can go such a great distance in motivating creative work to sort of keep going, especially when you're in like the ruts a little bit, you know what I mean? It can be so sweet. Like I remember literally days ago, this is super recent, I participated in my friend Twig's birthday concert. I hope some of you guys saw that. I got to sing Daddy Daddy Do with them, which was fun. But I remember, you know, after the event, I was still in the Discord server where everything was being coordinated. And like days after the concert, somebody just pings me in the server. They're like, hi, sorry for pinging you. I didn't want to DM you, but I just think that your singing is really cool. Please keep singing. Okay, bye. And I was like, what? That's so, like, wholesome. You know, I sent them a DM after, you know, I added them. And they were like, yeah, I was, like, digging through to figure out who you were from the performance. And I'm like, that's so wholesome. I've been there, too. I've done that where, like, you see somebody in a VTuber concert and you're like, I don't know whose voice that was, but I need to know. And you start like, you know, you figure out what song it was, and you like look at the credits for it, and you start checking like every channel, and you hope that you find them. I've been there and done that, but you know, it's not very often that stuff like that happens to me. So I thought that it was really sweet and very wholesome, and it made me very happy. It made my day. I hope they end up seeing the Mad Diner cover as well. Maybe I'll poke them about it, because I did mention to them that I have some more covers coming soon. And that one was really cool. I'm really proud of Mad Diner. So maybe I'll show them that. But it was really cool to be a part of Twig's concert, you know. Luckily, I think I can say this. At least my portion was not live, believe it or not. It was pre-recorded. So even though I was sick, I was able to participate in the concert. But, you know, I had to dip out of, you know, doing call-ins, which made me kind of sad. Because originally I wanted to do the call-ins, but I couldn't because my voice was boomed. So I ended up having to just be a part of only the concert. But even so, you know, I had a lot of fun recording for it, and Twig is very cool, so it was neat. You know, I think Twig is one of the only indie VTubers I know who's kind of built themselves off of like doing music and dancing with like a 3D model on like an indie budget, you know, without having like the super fancy model and equipment. I think that's dope, you know. I really want to get into learning more about like dancing and how like idols choreograph their stuff so that it's easy enough to sing while giving an engaging performance. I definitely want to get into it, you know. I don't know when I would be at a point of seriousness where I would actually start like dance lessons, but I think it's really cool. I think it's a really expressive art form and very additive as like a music performer. And I think it would be really dope to get into it. So I always think it's cool when I see Twig doing that stuff. And also just, I don't know, I love singing with my friends. I love singing with the homies. What can I say, you know? Friends doing a birthday concert? Oh yeah, get me in there. And who doesn't like Daddy Daddy Do? What a classic anime banger that song is. So it was fun to do the singing for that. You know, I had my little like 15-second solo, which was fun. Yeah, I mean, if this finds its way to Twig somehow, sorry I missed your Collins, but happy birthday. I hope you had an amazing birthday, twin. Your music is wonderful, and you should definitely keep it up, and we should game sometime. We should play Minecraft sometime. Let's dig a chunk together. Let's dig a chunk together. Come on, they got the 2-player leaderboard as well. I don't know how many people. I wonder how active the digging a chunk speedrun.com page is in like the smaller variations. Like, I'm sure that the like 2-player has a decent amount. The 10+ players probably has like some as like a communal thing. But there's probably like 2 runs for like, I don't know, 7 players or something like that. Like just an oddly specific number. It would be funny to look. I need a cough drop. The time loss. No. My voice still isn't 100%, so probably gonna go through a few of these today. Sorry if it makes my voice sound weird to like have it. I'll try to like stash it in my cheek like a chipmunk so that it doesn't affect my speaking too much. Yeah, birthday concert was fun. The random message was very wholesome. It was very sweet. You know, I actually think that the other time that another VTuber kind of messaged me out of the blue about how they really liked my singing was also the result of a VTuber concert. It was, I think it was from Rita's charity concert in 2024, but it was like this year. Like, they messaged me over a year after the concert, and they were just like, hey, yo, I'm doing this thing, and I think your voice is really cool and would be perfect, and I just wanted to tell you that you're cool. Bye. I was like, what? That's so... Like, first of all, I can't believe that you remembered me. That's so wholesome. But I remember them as well, because I remember looking through, like, almost everybody from that concert, because it's, like, my first event that I ever got to record a performance for. And so I immediately recognized her, and I was like, oh my god, that's so cool that, like, this person is reaching out to me all this time later. So yeah, maybe, spoiler, secret project. I recorded for something that somebody else is doing that you don't know who it is, but they were, I guess I exposed that it's somebody from Rita's old concert. Woo! Crazy. Super crazy. You guys could have never predicted anything like this would ever happen to your boy. You know, I'm just realizing something right now. I think I will run out of wood if I'm not careful. So let's actually go back up really quick into this chunk and make... let's get some more wood so that I don't run out and have to climb my way back up when we're like 50 blocks deep into the chunk. That would be rather unfortunate, wouldn't it? I feel like the music is a little bit loud. I'm gonna turn it down a bit more. It might make the quiet, like, I feel like the variance in some of the Minecraft music is, like, kind of large. You know, like, certain aspects are really gentle, but then it kind of, like, sweeps in, like, an orchestral kind of vibe, almost. It ends up being loud. Maybe a little more than where I have it at right now. I don't know. The music went away. I can't judge. Let's like dump some of my blocks. Yeah, I've been working on a lot of different stuff lately. I feel like I have so many secret projects, and at the same time, I can't, like, it feels so weird. I'm not used to having so many things that I'm working on that I can't talk about on stream. But you guys will just have to be patient and wait and see. One of them will be really soon. One of them is for Halloween. I need to make stream plans for Halloween as well. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't think I want to like hand cam doing like pumpkin carving or anything like that. But maybe we can find like a game that'll let me do something similar or something like that. I don't know. It'd be cool. I think Ada did a pumpkin carving game on stream recently, which is very cool and very epic. Awesome sauce. I also saw Ada playing Love Ghosty the other day, and I was like, oh my god, I remember playing that last year. That was fun. We should boot up Love Ghosty again. That'd be cool. Because I haven't touched it in a while. But I remember that game being super cute. I'm trying to think what other stuff I've been up to while I was sick. I made a throne. I don't know why, honestly. I truly don't know why. Well, I do know why. Okay, I lied. I know why. It's because of Shiny. It's Shiny's fault. Shiny, this absolute goober, was like, where's your throne, bro? I need to donate to my favorite streamer, Twi Your. And I'm like, this guy, you don't need to do that. And he's like, you should make a throne. And I was like, I don't even know what I would put on a throne. And so, not as a result of him wanting to send me stuff, but more so as a result of me being like, I wonder what I would put on a throne if I had one. I made a throne. So, I truly don't expect anyone to, like, do anything with it. But it exists now. So I tried to put some funny stuff on there, and I don't know. Whatever happens, happens. Feel free to donate if you want. But I tried to put some funny stuff on there that wasn't like too expensive, but wouldn't be like completely useless either. Although, unfortunately for me, Shiny actually did buy one thing. And it was the most useless thing on there, arguably. I put the daily carrot pack from Uma Musume in it. Because it's only, I don't know, it's like less than $10. And I was like, it'd be funny. And so he bought it for me. And I want you guys to know that it has not helped me pull a 3-star. I was really annoyed on stream about my luck with the pulls, but it has been just as bad, if not worse, off stream. I think I'm at 120 pulls on the Summer Marzensky banner, and I have not gotten a single 3-star. Not even one! And on top of that, like, the same Sky banner, like, I got Smart Falcon, I guess, but I was pretty early on. I think I'm nearing 200 pulls since my last 3-star of any kind, let alone, like, a pity for, like, the banner character, which is crazy. But, it really do be like that sometimes. Such is the gacha lifestyle, is that, you know, can't win them all, can't win any of them. You're not allowed to have anything unless you hit the big credit card swipe. Which I'm not willing to do. Maybe if it was cheaper. I think there's a universe I would cave if I was like $10 out from pitying on Uma Musume. But they make it so expensive to buy carrots. And also they put the pity bar so high that it's like just so unrealistic that you would be that close to pity. You know, like if I wanted to pull to pity from right now, I'm trying to think how much money it would cost me. I think it would be about $100 still, even though I'm already like what, 60% of the way to pity? Something like that. It would cost a lot of money anyway. It'd be too much money. And I've also been really unlucky with trying to get sparks for the next champions meeting. In the sense that I keep trying to get medium sparks, and I'm getting like no good medium sparks. But I've had like 3 different times where I'll get a spark that's like mostly good, and it gets 3 stars on the pink, but it's 3-star pace chaser. And I'm like, oh, I'm not training any pace chaser. Even if I was, it's not very useful. But especially because I'm not even trying to run any pace chasers. It's just so sad. Because it's the only pink spark that's bad. Like, turf is still useful. So hitting it is just pain. But such is my life. That's just how it be. Yo, on the bright side, at least I got the super cute Uma fan art from Lionel that made me feel better and rejuvenated about playing the game. It was so cute. I love the way that she adapted my outfit into like a race wear. I don't know why I paused so much on the word race wear. Like the way she took like the wavy lines on my jacket and put that into like a skirt, I think was really like clever and something that I would low-key wear in real life. Like it just looked right. It just looked good. I like it. I like it. Very cute. If I do an I guess probably maybe my next Uma Musume stream will use it for a thumbnail or something. I don't know. It feels perfect for like schedule art, which I actually I think I'm willing to say this. I want to start using schedules again soon. The plan is to have some graphic work finished by like sometime next month. So fingers crossed on that. Yeah, I'm kind of in like a bit of a difficult position with the graphic design stuff, but I'm doing my best. I don't want to like air it out too much on stream, but the sort of like TLDR, the Twi situation. Are you guys ready for the Twi situation? Is crazy. No, it's not like drama on my end at all. But what it is way earlier this year, I commissioned a graphic designer to do overlays for my stream. And I really liked their work, so I was excited about it. Some stuff happened, and you know, they ended up not being able to work for a while, which I respect. But to me, it seems like they've kind of rebounded, and they said that they would refund me because the art's not gonna happen, at least not reliably. Like the thing is, they were still down to do my commission is what they said, but it was like, you know, how many months am I gonna get it kicked back without knowing like any form of reliable timeline? Because any time that we would agree like, okay, can I get a sketch by like this time, you know, can we try to finish it for like this time, and they'd be like, yeah, okay, I think I could do that. It would always roll up, and then they would, you know, something catastrophic would happen to them, And I don't want to be really mean and air them out because I think that some of it's true. Like they told me that they went homeless at one point. And I actually think they're telling the truth about that. And so I feel very bad for them. But at the same time, you know, it does suck for me because it's not only like the fact that I lost out on, I don't know, maybe like a couple $100, assuming that I never get the money back, which I'm still hoping that they will refund me, which is part of the reason why I definitely don't want to name drop this person. But, you know, even if I don't, right, even if I get scammed, the sad part in a lot of ways is that I spent all of this time not getting somebody else to make overlays or making them myself or whatever because I wanted to work with this person and they kind of like dragged me along as a creative, which is very unfortunate. But I'm working on them now. I can't unveil just yet, but I have a chatting screen that I made that's new, or at least it's partially done. It's not fully finished yet, but I'm getting some help from a friend and I'm doing some graphic design work myself, so I still gotta make like a gaming scene as well, but hopefully and a schedule. I need to do all three of those. I probably should have done more graphic work while I was sick and unable to use my voice for any work. You know, I wasn't fully unproductive. I did a lot of audio work. I'm fully caught up on that, which is great. But I probably should have done more graphic work than I did. But, you know, all of that aside, there's progress being made on that, and that'll be soon. So, excited about that. Oh my god, we finally found more iron. No way. That's pretty baller. So I guess this is going to be the first time in like half an hour that we craft something other than a stone pickaxe. No way. Look, we get to make furniture. Big furniture. And then we go iron and coal. And there's more iron here. Oh my goodness gracious, it's beautiful. Oh my god. Look at that. Look at all that iron. It's beautiful. You know what that kind of reminds me of? I read a study since the last time we talked. There was a study that came out while I was sick. And it was talking about heavy metal content in protein powder. Basically, there was, I don't think it was the FDA, but like some sort of control board that was testing on some common brands of protein powder, and they found that some of them contain over 10 times the like safe daily amount of heavy metals in one scoop, which is slightly dubious, you know, maybe not worth your gains at that point. Luckily, what I found out is that whey protein seems to be like the one safe kind of protein powder, more or less, from what the data they found showed. And I only use a little bit of whey protein a day, and that's the only protein powder that I use. So, you know, no harm, no foul for me. I can just keep doing what I've been doing, which is great. And it sounds like from my friends that I talked to that they were also just using whey. So everybody's safe. But if you use protein powder and it's not whey, you should be careful about that. You know, they're to varying degrees. The ones that were really extreme were the plant proteins. Like some of those plant proteins had like 10-15 times the safe amount daily in one scoop. Like I think pea protein, some of the brands of that I think were the worst ones, but It was just interesting. I don't really know why. Like, I don't know what about the plant proteins made the like processing so susceptible to high amounts of heavy metals like lead and cadmium and stuff like that. But for whatever reason, that is what the data says. Word on the street is that unless you really like hitting your macros for lead and then some, you probably should only use whey, if anything, for protein. But also, I think that in general, most people don't need much protein, like, at all. Like, from what I've seen, there are studies showing that, you know, the like, how do I phrase this? Well, there are studies showing that the benefits of consuming protein over like 100 grams a day is very diminishing. Like, it'll depend on how big you are, you know, how much you weigh, among other factors, of course. But there are a lot of like fitness influencers who will say stuff like, you know, you should be trying to get 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight that you have, which is kind of crazy. You really don't need to do that. There's not really like science that is indicative of like a significant benefit to doing that. And I remember seeing like a video of some bodybuilders talking about how, you know, they cut their protein intake back to like 100, 110. I think one of them might have even said 80 grams. I don't remember, per day. And they noticed like no change. Because protein is one of those things where it is necessary for like muscle repair and like building more muscle. But it's not like having more of it will indefinitely make you build more muscle. It's kind of like you have a floor of what you need to build more. And once you hit that, like you have a ceiling too, you know what I mean? Like if you eat more protein, it's just going to go in one side and out the other, more or less, is what it seems to be like. And aside from anything else, it's expensive. Like, protein costs a lot, especially if you're too lazy to actually make stuff yourself. Like, if you buy anything at the store that says protein on it, oh my god, bro, I swear it's like instantly double the price. Which is why I never buy anything that's like a protein version of something at the store. I just buy the powder and make it myself. Because I'm only eating like one thing that I want to have like extra protein in a day. And I don't even necessarily do that every day. You know what I mean? It's just a little something. I think it's really great if you want to make things that are not that good for you more satiating. So like, in my case, you know, you want to have a muffin, make your muffins, add the protein, and then, you know, and I do it with the oat flour as well because it makes it more filling. It gives you some more protein, more fiber, and, you know, it's just like a healthier alternative to using all-purpose flour that doesn't taste bad for doing things that are like muffins or like breads and stuff like that. I'm sure that there are desserts where if you use oat flour, it's going to taste like oats in a way that's not correct. Like, it just doesn't fit. But for like a muffin or like breads and stuff like that, oats like make sense from a flavor stance anyway. So it just works fine. In my opinion, you know, make and eat what you want. But in my personal experience, I like doing that. But the protein is good to like make a more filling version of that. You know, you have one muffin and you're not even remotely tempted to go back to the fridge and big back another like 2 muffins. You're gonna eat the one, you're gonna be like, wow, that was more satiating than it looked, and then you're gonna walk away. which feels weird to me because normally I can definitely slam like muffins or whatever. But I just naturally found myself like not even forget like feeling the need, feeling the want for more after eating some of this stuff. It's just so much more filling, which is a great thing. You know, big fan of that. I made too many sticks again. Ah. Oh well. There we go. Yeah. What was I saying, dude? I got so sidetracked. There is a study, or a couple studies, I think, that basically recommend, as a relatively sedentary person, you know, if you walk an average amount, exercise a little, if you get 0.8 grams of protein per kilogram of your body weight, not even per pound, per kilogram, that's enough, right? You know, maybe you go a bit higher if you're like working out more, but for like your average person, that's not even that much protein. Like if you eat 3 meals a day, there's a good chance that you already get enough protein to build muscle. Like in my case, I don't always eat 3 meals a day. A lot of the time I'll only eat 2. So having like a snack that kind of is filling and bumps me that little extra to get there is helpful. But there are plenty of people where it's like, you don't need protein. Like, you really don't need to worry about buying protein at all. But if you do it, whey seems to be the way to go. Sorry, not sorry. Also, we've been digging chunk for an hour, and I don't know how far down am I? 54? Oh god. Oh god. I'm almost out of iron picks as well. I'm gonna be back to stone soon. Yo, it's okay. I don't have anywhere to be. We can be together. We can be dwarf and diggy diggy hole as a team, as a squadron, in spirit. I'm chilling. I'm big chilling. Oh my god, we found more iron. Bless. Okay. Furnace. We grab iron. Boom, boom. Oh, by the way, I did that. It reminded me of this Vocaloid song that I have stuck in my head, dude. It was Tak's newest song. Or I don't know if that's how you pronounce his name. I don't know if it's Tak or Talk or whatever. But he has this song called PPPP. And the chorus is like, Boku no orabi, pyong 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 pyong. Yarareta. That song is so cute. The little laser beams going pew 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 with Miku and Tenno is so cute. And the music video is really good too. Oh my god. I feel like there's been so many good music videos in the Vocaloid scene as of late. It's so fire. I love to see it. I'm gonna have enough for a 3rd iron pick. Oh baby. We are eating good tonight, ladies and gentlemen. 3 iron pickaxes. That's a whole banquet right there. Boom. Now comes the challenge of trying to actually collect my furnace and crafting table again. There we go. Went easy enough that time, at least. Yeah, I'm kind of having fun thinking about what kind of covers I want to do for next year. Because I've got all of my covers finished / planned out for the rest of this year. Notice the S, it's plural. This is what I meant when I said I had secret projects that I can't talk about on stream. Ooh. And here I am talking about them on stream. Ooh. But you know, I got some cool music ideas that I'm working on. But I'm also starting to think about, like, you know, what projects do I want to start planning out, like, artists for and whatnot for, like, early mid next year. Because something I always forget is that I made the absolutely very genius, totally not very ridiculous decision of having my debut and my birthday canonically be 3 days apart in the wonderful month of March. So the sooner I can get a head start on all that, it's kind of the better. Aside from many other cool projects that I want to do in like January or February. So I'm planning, I'm cooking. I got stuff in the oven. I got stuff where I'm still working on the menu. I got stuff where, you know, it's plated up. It's ready to be served. I'm just waiting. It's a whole spectrum going on behind the scenes. Yeah, I definitely feel spoiled by choice in terms of like thinking about what my next cover will be. There's so many good options. Lots of exciting stuff too. I feel like I've gotten to talk to a lot of artists recently, which I always love talking to artists and catching up with them. I've been catching up with Tomoko Mama lately, which makes me so happy. Oh my gosh, guys. I've been messaging with Tomoko Mama again a little bit. She's so sweet. I miss talking to her always. I miss when she used to draw a lot too. For anybody who doesn't know, my VTuber mama, Tomoko, is very, very wonderful artist that I found on Twitter and Skeb many years ago. And unfortunately, she became a real responsible adult and she got a real job that's not drawing. And now she doesn't have time to draw that often anymore. Not to say that being an artist is not a real job, by the way, okay? I do think that art is a really important thing in society, and that artists are 100% necessary, and I love to support artists as much as I can. But a societally recognized real job, quote unquote. Because freelancing, I don't know, people don't put enough respect on freelancing. There are a lot of people who have not been put on game to how hard it is to be a freelancer and make it work. Like sometimes I think about if my VTubing fund runs out. Because what I did is I worked a normal job for like a year and a half and I just saved like everything, because I just live with my family still, right? I just saved every paycheck so that I would not have to work a normal job while I was VTubing. And sometimes I think about like, oh, what happens if I run out? Like, I've thought about maybe freelancing audio work to like get a little bit of extra money if it comes to that. I still don't know what I would do in that scenario. I hope it doesn't catch up to me. I really hope it doesn't catch up to me, but at the same time, making cool stuff does cost money, and I will continue to make cool stuff, so do with that information what you will. But yeah, it was really nice to talk to Tomoko Mama a bit again. I sent her Mad Diner last night. I'm excited to see what she thinks. Because Tomoko knows my singing progression, I think, better than any other person out there. Not from a technical standpoint, but in the sense that before I even debuted, like while my concept art was still new and my model was being drawn, I sent her, oh my god, I remember it, dude. Oh no, I'm embarrassed. I just remembered what it is. I sent her a cover, in air quotes, a cover of Cupid by 50/50. It had no mixing at all. I recorded it. I don't think it was quite as bad as like just doing one take in Audacity or something. I think at that point I did learn how to record in Reaper, and I might have even recorded like a harmony or two. But there was no audio processing. It was very baby. And, you know, I remember sending her that. Or, like, I remember early days when I covered White Album. And I sent her that, and I drew the art myself, and it was really scuffed. Good times, bro. Good memories. You know, it's really cool looking back at how, like, far I've come, both as a singer and as a mixer, and, like, developing the vision between those two to make better music. I think that I'm really excited for a couple projects coming up towards the end of this year, that I get to show you guys soonish, you know. There's not that much time left this year, you know. It has to be. That's not a spoiler. It has to be soon. But, you know, some of the stuff that I've gotten to work on, I'm very, very stoked about. My own, like, progression as a creative, I suppose. I think I've come a long way. And I also think something really fun as of late for me is I've become, like, warmer to the idea of investing extra to make the music video also be good. Because what I've learned is that I lack the software, and more importantly, I lack the skills. I'm, like, okay at editing regular, like, YouTube clips and stuff. I'm bad at doing cinematic editing. I can, like, conceptualize it, but I can't actually make it look good in the software. It's kind of like how for a lot of my projects, I'll draw the concept art, like, pencil and paper, and I think that it does a great job of conveying the design that I want and the vibe that I want, but I can't actually draw, like, the art for the project itself and make it look nice. I lack the skills. I have the vision, but I lack the skills, and I low-key cannot be bothered to become one of those super god, like, jack of all trade VTubers that can make an entire cover production start to finish themselves. Like, they know how to do, a lot of the times they can do lyric translation as well, just for the extra flex. They know how to do the mixing themselves. They know how to do the art themselves. They know how to edit the music video themselves. People who can do that are so insane and probably broke. I mean, realistically, as a VTuber, I think that there's so much benefit to learning the creative skills yourself. Like, even if you decide after a while that you're still gonna pay somebody else to mix your song, so you're still gonna pay somebody else to draw the art for your cover, you're still gonna pay somebody else to make the music video, having done it really gives you a lot of insight into what can be done. It helps you conceptualize the project and have a vision for like the whole thing. It makes you a better project manager. And so even once you are outsourcing, now you can sort of make executive decisions like, okay, I want the music video to look like this. Let me look at this person's portfolio and see if I think that they're good at editing in this style. You know, maybe this kind of art is what I'm looking for this project. You know, what artists can I find that know how to do this style? You know, Nyx comes back. You know, maybe I was thinking I wanted it to sound a little bigger, but that's like hard to like put into words unless I've had to figure out what makes it sound bigger myself before. You know what I mean? That's something that you could say in more context than one. Okay, that was really stupid. Sorry. That one's not a sorry, not sorry. That's an actual sorry. That was an intrusive thought. But you know, I think as a creative, you have a more balanced outlook, and you can come up with like more grandiose ideas when you've experienced more different things. But realistically, most of the time, when you see somebody who knows how to do audio work and editing work and artwork, it's like, it's because they don't have money to commission somebody else, and they're like, oh, guess I'll do it myself. It's like the same in a lot of ways as when you see people who learn to draw their own model and rig it themselves as well. Because they're probably artists before they choose to make that decision. But they get a lot more serious about it because, you know, you look at the price to get somebody else to do it and you're like, oh, damn. Like, I know it's a lot of work, but damn. Like, you know, I don't got it like that. And so then you have to make your choice. It's like, well, I could do a pre-made sort of like asset, and then I don't get like the originality of that. I don't get to own it. It's not mine, which is fine. But a lot of the time, eventually you do kind of want to have your own personal stuff. And then after that, you could choose to just not do it. Or you're like, well, if I can't pay somebody else, guess I'll just thug it out. Guess I'll thug it out. And then you start learning how to draw yourself as a beautiful anime character. Which is so much respect from me. So much respect as somebody who is really bad at digital art. But yeah, I think now that I'm more experienced, I'm enjoying outsourcing more stuff and like being more hands-on in terms of like project management stuff. This was all to say, you know, back when I was a lot newer, for like my first year especially, I did a lot of covers where I would sort of very crumbly edit together a music video myself. I think Watashi wa Ame was like not bad. I did a decent recreation of the original, but most of my stuff was like, you know, you pick the Canaria songs or whatever, Deco, like you pick the stuff where the templates are out there. They take like all of the burden off of your shoulders. And if you look at any of my stuff where I didn't have a template like that to kind of fall onto, it would be very evident that I edited it myself, you know, like Fukashi no Karte is a good example of that, where it's like really simple, or like Bunny Girl, although that is like a simple video in some ways, or no, it doesn't. No, I'm thinking of a different cover that did the same like simple style music video that I did, but a lot better. Is what I'm thinking of. Oh, it's like daytime. I don't know. We're getting so deep that it's actually becoming hard to tell what time of day it is down here. Down in this pit. I thought it was nighttime. It's just shade because we're at... Well, I swear last time I checked was a while back and it was 54. Oh, man. Oh, the progress is crawling. Oh, baby. We very well may be here for a while. That's okay. I'm chilling. Yeah. You know, I was very content to like experiment and do more covers by sort of cutting the corner on the music video. And you know, because I'm not spending that much on the music video, it lets me afford more art and I can do more covers and like learn how to direct the art for them, which I thought was really helpful. But now I think my audio quality is getting good enough that I'm more interested in like nice production on like a holistic side of things. Like Superstar Twiddle, you know, I went really all out on that. I don't think I can go that all out on hardly anything ever again. I really splurged on that project. We don't talk about the Superstar Twiddle financing aspect, but it was really beautiful. I was really happy with how that came out as a project, and I would love to make more stuff with like a higher effort music video. You know what I mean? I think that that's really fun and cool and epic and awesome sauce. Yeah, I got some cool stuff cooking. Very excited about that. I have like notes. I was like, I have too many thoughts in my brain for what kind of like topics I could bring up since it's been so long since I streamed. So I made notes. I got my journal next to me. I haven't been journaling like at all, man. I got a journal and I was like, all right, this is going to be so good for my mental and my productivity. I'm going to be a journaling bro, and then I never use it. Like once every couple months, I'll put something in the journal and write an entry. And to be fair, I actually do think that journaling is like kind of helpful for me sometimes, but I just can't be bothered most of the time. Can y'all relate? I don't know. I don't know if y'all can relate to this, but like a lot of the time, journaling sounds so good. It sounds so relaxing, productive, helps you like ground yourself and put your thoughts into words. And then I just like forget because I don't know. I don't have like a habit of doing it, and I don't always feel like something noteworthy enough happened to me that day. Like 99% of the time that I go and I write a journal entry, something very emotionally charged as an experience happens to me, and I get the urge to like sort of release that energy back out into the world in one way or another. And so I use journaling. If I'm not gonna do it by talking to a friend about it or something, then I'll talk to myself about it in a journal. But a lot of the time, you know, it's not that often that I have experiences that feel like touching enough that I feel the need to go and write a whole journal entry. I think it would be sick if I built the habit, though. Like, I do genuinely think that if you are in the habit of journaling, especially as a creative, it probably leads to like more organized planning around like content and just life. I think that it's a great skill. But I'm lazy. I'm too lazy, man. One habit at a time for me. You know, I say that I haven't been able to work out because I got sick. I gotta get back on it. I know that my body should be good enough that I can work out again now, because I've been playing Osu a good amount again. I've been shredding. And, you know, if I can do that, then I can surely get back to working out. I was playing like so much stamina stuff the other day that I went to bed and my left arm was sore and I was like, oh damn. Like I don't think I injured myself, but I was like, wow, I really went. I pushed it, you know. Because sometimes when you're playing rhythm games, like the whole point is kind of limit pushing and seeing what you can do, which is really fun. But it's a lot like working out in that way. And I decided to play a lot of stamina stuff when I haven't been practicing stamina for a long time. So even though my skill level was just back for whatever reason, I think physically it was like a little much and I probably shouldn't have done it. But you know what? It's okay. It's okay. I rested a day and it feels perfect. Good as new. Which is probably what's going to happen with my voice after today. Tomorrow or / later tonight, I'm going to be like, oh man, I shouldn't have talked that much. And then, you know, I'll just like shut up for a day and then it'll be fine. It'll just, it'll go back to normal. Oh, can you guys tell that I ran out of my cough drop? Oh, wait, there was more iron in here the whole time? Oh my god, I didn't realize. Okay. Iron pickaxes. Let's get some more of those. Let's mine the rest of this iron so that I can have more smelting. In the meantime, I have some like super strong cough drops. Let me grab one. This is actually, I remember I ordered these on Amazon. They cost me a lot because they only make them in Britain. I have a streamer friend from when I used to play Pokemon competitively. This was a streamer friend from before the VTuber days who started using these throat lozenges from a company called Vocal Zone. And so I got them to try it out. And here is my take on them, right? They are significantly more effective than a regular cough drop, which you would expect for what is basically like a cough drop fancified, right? Like a throat lozenge or whatever. Throat pastilles. Wow, even more fancy than I remembered. You know, designed for voice acting work mostly, but just voice work in general, right? So you hear that and you're like, okay, that's got to be the good stuff. It is the good stuff. But they taste disgusting. Oh my god. Unless you are one of those people that really, really likes the taste of black licorice and like really bitter stuff, you might not mind it. Because it really is just like getting punched in the tongue with black licorice. And so I'm scared to put one of these in my mouth. It's been a long time since I've done this, but... Alright, Mr. Vocal Zone, help my throat, please. Wait. No, there it is. Oh, I can like smell it. It's not as bad as usual. The regular cough drops have like numbed my tongue a little bit. So it's not as bad as when I normally just raw dog one of these every once in a while. And it's really strong. But it is still strong and not pleasant. Ugh. It's so bitter. I can't say I'm a big fan of bitter stuff. I have a sweet tooth. I don't know about you guys, but like, I don't really drink tea or coffee. And a lot of it is because I think that sweetened, like, people consume caffeine on like two sides of the spectrum, right? You have the people who are really truly only in it for the caffeine, and they know that. So they'll do whatever it takes to get it in a way that doesn't inhibit their life otherwise. So they're the people that are going to drink the black coffee and drink their tea with no milk, no sugar, no fun, no happiness, no whimsy. They're just going to drink it straight, which is a good decision. Not knocking it. But it takes a certain resolve Oh, this is so nasty. Okay, I'll put it back when I need more. Oh my god, it's so gross. Sorry. I don't know why I'm using my stone pickaxe right now. I'm just gonna keep doing it though. Whatever. And then you'll have the other people who they will get sweetened coffee or sweetened tea or whatever, and it's like a dessert, bro. It's like a milkshake. It's like you ordered a coffee flavored McFlurry, except it's technically still a beverage. You know, it's not solid enough to be called ice cream, but you taste it, and it's like just a coffee flavored dessert. You know what I mean? A lot of people fall on those two sides of the spectrum. And for me, there's like two reasons why I don't go for the sweetened stuff. On the one hand, I don't actually feel like caffeine does that much for me. Like I don't particularly find that it makes me feel more alert or awake most of the time. So I would rather just kind of like, I don't know, sleep decently-ish. You know, work on my own schedule so I'm not forced to go really hard while I'm halfway asleep like a zombie, because that's what I did when I was in school and I hated that. That was not great. But you know, I just kind of don't need the caffeine. I just do fine without it. But when I have tried to have like coffee in some capacity, and I'll do like iced coffee because the regular stuff's too bitter for me. I just can't stomach it. I literally get jitters from how much sugar is in it. Like, I still remember, or it might be the coldness of it too. I don't know. It's probably a combination. I remember the last time I tried a coffee was I went to Tim Hortons and I got an ice cap, which is a very normal thing to order as a young person. There are lots of people that like to get an ice cap as like a guilty pleasure kind of thing. So I was like, you know what? I'm tired. This was when I was working retail. You guys gotta understand, I don't have the urge to do this anymore because I'm not like just putting myself through it, running myself ragged like I used to be. But this is when I was working retail full time, right? I was really tired. I was looking for anything that people do that might make me feel less like a zombie. And I was like, okay, I guess I'll get a coffee. Maybe a coffee will make me feel less dead. I'll feel more awake. I don't know. And so I went and I was like, I need something sweet because I can't really do bitter drinks. And so, you know, I was like, you know what? Ice cap. Everybody does an ice cap. This would be great. And I drank it. And not only did it like not really make me feel less tired, I was like physically jittery for like a half hour. Like I felt like my body was spazzing out, which is probably not normal and good, but it was enough of a sign for me to be like, you know what? I don't need coffee. I think I'm good. I don't know if that was the caffeine. I don't think it is, because I've also tried energy drinks and they also don't really do anything for me. But they don't give me the jitters, at least. I don't have like a level 5 earthquake going on in my skeleton from drinking a Monster or something. I think the last time I tried an energy drink, this is many years ago as well now, actually. So I don't know if things would be different now that I'm a little older. But when I did try it, what it was is that I was playing in Japanese Pokemon tournaments. And so this was a very unemployed time of my life, okay? Very unemployed time of my life. And so what I was doing is I would pull an all-nighter and play a tournament from like midnight to, I don't know, probably close to noon if I did well enough. Just because the scene in Japan was really interesting and different. And I thought there would be a nice way to practice Japanese, even though all that would happen is I would go in the battle chat and I would just be like, Taisen yoroshiku onegai shimasu, which is like, let's have a nice match. And then I would finish and I would be like, GG, arigatou gozaimasu. And then I would go to the next round and, you know, spamming those like 2 things is not really a learning experience. I learned Tyson, which is like war or battle, and you know, interestingly enough, they use that word for when you're playing like a best of 3 set of Pokemon. They'll say like Tyson yoroshiku onegaishimasu, which I thought was cool. But you know, outside of that discovery, not exactly a study experience. It's kind of like, if you guys have ever tried learning a language, there's a decent chance you've had the experience of thinking to yourself, I want to practice my language. I'm going to go on VR chat and talk to some people. And so you go on there, or even like a language exchange app. You know, you go on there and it's like, you know, in whatever your target language is, you know, it's like, you know, nice to meet you. I'm whoever. Oh, how long have you been studying? Oh, I've been studying this long. And then you kind of run out of things to say because you're only there to talk about learning the language, but you haven't learned the language enough to like have a full-blown conversation. And that person doesn't necessarily care about you, the person. They just think it's cool that somebody's learning a language, right? And so they want to reinforce that. But they're not going to sit there and like prompt you about your whole life story in this language, especially knowing that you're not that comfortable with it. And so playing in these tournaments, it was a very similar experience, right? Like, you know, you're not going to learn that much because you're not talking during the game. You know, it's not like a team game where you're playing, you know, it's 1v1. You say like, you know, like, let's have a nice match and then GG. And then, you know, that's pretty much it. But I still enjoyed playing these. Anyway, this is all to say that the last time I tried an energy drink, like, I don't know, years ago, to do one of these tournaments, I remember I made it through the first round. I made it into the top cut of this tournament. It's like 7:30, 8 a.m. at this point. I've been up all night playing this tournament. And we're going to go into the top cut round very soon. And I was so bagged that I had the genius idea we've all had during an all-nighter before, where I was like, I'll just lay down for 10, 15 minutes. I'll just take a quick nap. I'll be fine. It'll be fine, right? And, you know, I woke up. I missed the round. I see the tournament organizer. It was so sweet. It was so cute. The tournament organizer himself started DMing me, not even on, like, Battle5, but on Discord. He was like, hello, are you awake? We're starting, please wake up. Like, he was trying to spam me in hopes that my notifications on my phone were like on and it would like wake me up, which is really cute and very, very like thoughtful. As a tournament organizer, I appreciated the sentiment a lot. Unlucky for him, my phone has been on silent for like, I don't know, since I bought it. I can't remember the last time that I regularly didn't keep my phone on silent, so that strategy did not work. It wouldn't have worked even if he had like my number, let alone like my Discord notifications. But you know, it's the thought that counts. It was very sweet. But yeah, so far I have not found caffeine to be very useful to me in any capacity, honestly. I've heard from some people that it's an ADHD thing, but I also feel like I know some people with ADHD that definitely still get like benefit from using caffeine. So I don't actually know what it is. I have no idea, honestly. Maybe it has to do with being ADHD. Maybe it's like some other gene that just has like a correlation. Maybe it's just like a personality quirk. I don't know. Maybe life just hates me and I'm not allowed to benefit from what is apparently the like universal magic substance that is caffeine. Such is life. But it would be interesting. It's been a long time since I've tried caffeine. So I don't know if it would do anything for me if I tried it again. Maybe it's something you gotta grow into. Like I was gonna say earlier, I feel like the type of people who drink their coffee black because they don't care about the taste at all. They just wanna get caffeinated as quickly as possible, and you just get acclimated to the taste because you're willing to do that. That is like the caffeine user equivalent of the beer drinkers of the world, man. And I have to say, I can stomach beer. which I never thought I would be able to when I was younger. So maybe by extension of that, I could stomach coffee now. I don't know if I would want to. I don't have like a reason particularly, other than I guess if I was going out with somebody and they wanted to like, like, oh, you want to get a coffee? And normally I have to be like, oh, I don't know. I don't normally drink coffee. I'll just get a water or something. And I look like the most boring person ever. And they're like, are you sure you don't want like a drink? And I'm like, what do you mean a drink? Water is like the drink, bro. That's the one. The OG, the GOAT. But, I don't normally deal with it. So it would be interesting to try coffee again and see if it would be that nasty. I don't know. I think tea might go over better than coffee, to be honest. But I don't have high hopes for either. Like, I tried this cough drop again, like the really bitter one. It was really bad. Like, the longer I left it in, the more it started tasting like really disgusting. Like, it kind of reminds me of the last time I had a beer, like conceptually in some ways, which is I went out with my friend for a beer because he really wanted to drink beer. I don't know why, like, all of my friends in Canada have aged into being beer drinkers. It's such a Canadian thing to do, bro. Anyways, TM, he really wanted to go for a beer, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna have a beer too. Let's have like a bro to bro experience right now, man to man. Let's have some beers together. Because that's like such a normal person experience. I felt like I should get it. I felt like I should try it out, maybe I'm missing out. And so I don't know anything about beers. I'm like, I'm just going to get whatever you're getting, bro. Like, just whatever you're ordering, I'll do one of those two. And so this guy orders a damn Guinness. And I'm like, I don't know any better. I've tried Guinness like once, but I didn't really remember because I only had one sip. I had a sip. Like before this day, where I went out for a beer with my friend, the only times I'd had beer was when I went drinking with my cousin, or he was drinking at his place, and he was having a beer, and he was like, "You want to try it?" And I'm like, "Sure." And I would like have a singular sip of beer and be like, "Yeah, that's edible. That's a stomachable flavor, right?" And that's like about the best I can say about it, So I didn't really know any better. I got a Guinness, and it was really bitter. It was really strong. So, I had that one Guinness for the whole night. That was the only alcoholic beverage that I drank, which is great because I'm poor. So I'm a really cheap date. I get one, maybe two drinks on the very rare occasion that you catch me out drinking. And the even rarer occasion that you catch me out drinking on my own dime, too. Like, that's how you know that I care about this friend. Is I chose to actually pay for a drink with my own money to have that experience with them. That is like a SSR rare pull in the Twi life. In my life, if you're my friend and I buy a drink to chill with you, you know that we're like real ones. For real. Because I don't be drinking like that. So it was interesting, but I had that one beer and I was just sipping it the whole night because I couldn't do more than sip it even if I wanted to. It was so strong. But my friend got absolutely smashed. He had like 4 beers. I think 2 of them were like 9%. And he it was so funny. We started walking home and he was like, Can we walk slower? I don't want to go home yet. We're in like a neighborhood that I've never been in before. I'm just there because it's where his Airbnb is at. And he's like, let's take a scenic route. Do you know a scenic route here? He was just like stumbling back to his Airbnb. It was really funny. Because I haven't really gone out and seen one of my friends get like drunk like that before. My cousin, I've seen him drink a lot, but he holds his alcohol pretty well. So I haven't really seen him get messed up. Not saying that in a way that I like want to go drinking with my friends and watch them get hammered. Especially because I don't want to get hammered. And I can't even be like, oh, I won't drink because I'm your designated driver. See, that's like such a good get out of jail free card, but that requires me to know how to drive. So I can't pull that one. Like, I'll be your designated walker. I'll like escort you home politely. I walked my friend back to the Airbnb, you know, like I didn't even know the neighborhood like that, but I walked him back. But you know, it was a very sweet experience. It was very different for me. So I'll remember that beer fondly. I don't plan to drink another beer to any time soon. I'll stick to having very sweet drinks for the most part if I'm gonna drink alcohol on the rare occasion. But, you know, I'll keep that beer in my memory. Put a little hair on my chest for the one time. I don't know why, like, all of my cousins became beer drinkers, though, dude. Like, my whole family. All of them that are, like, around my age, they started drinking beer and watching hockey. It's, like, the most Canadian stereotypical dude bro of all time. But it's a stereotype for a reason. If you want to clock any college-age Canadian person, especially guy, call them out on watching hockey and drinking beers. You will get them like an 80% accuracy. I promise. I don't know what it is, but I always find it funny. I also find it funny when I remember that like there are people that like hockey that aren't Canadian, because it's so Canadian in my head. Like, you know, in the US, you got like the NBA, you got the NFL, you got the what's the baseball one, the MLB, and we have all of those. But like, I don't know. For baseball, you got Toronto Blue Jays. For basketball, you got like the Toronto Raptors. For football, what are they, the Argonauts? I think. But for the most part, like, you got like 1 or 2 Canadian teams in like the whole league. But with hockey, there's like a bunch of different Canadian teams. So in my head, I'm like, oh, it's like the one Canadian league, right? Even though it's like NA and I know that it's NA, in my head, it's like, oh, this is the one that the Canadians watch because there's like lots of different Canadian teams. And then I'll have friends from like Texas be like, oh man, did you see, you know, like I was watching the hockey game with Dallas, and I'm like, Dallas? Do they even have ice in Dallas? Like, does it get cold enough? But, you know, they got a good hockey team. I think it's not surprising to see United States teams for hockey, but to see states that are from the South that play hockey. Because in my head, it's like, do they only ever play on synthetic ice? Is that like the only time? To be fair, I think that like going out and playing hockey on like a frozen over like lake or river or something. I get rivers probably not wide enough. I don't know. I've never seen a river up close in real life. Going out to like a body of water that freezes over and then skating on it and playing hockey on it is probably not a very common experience anymore. Even for people that play hockey in climates that could do that. Like, because the synthetic stuff exists now, you're more likely that, like, I don't know, your parents wanted you to play a sport, and so you ended up joining a hockey program in your local, like, school or youth program or something, and you do that. But it's just, like, weird to think about, like, you know, somebody in Dallas being like, you know what we need in here? You know what the city needs? A hockey rink. It just feels so, like, different. But it's cool. I think that it's dope that people play. It's honestly, like, weird to think about how different things, like, climate-wise can affect your experiences, too. Like, I remember about this time of year, last year, I had Echo visit me. And Echo is from Texas as well. So, on the topic of the Texan homies, you know, he was visiting out here in like Toronto from Texas in the fall. And I remember he was like, I didn't know leaves turn colorful like this in real life. I thought that they just were brown like they are in Texas. And I'm like, you're telling me that the leaves don't turn like red and yellow in Texas? They're just brown? And he was like, yeah, like it's just brown. And I'm like, damn. That's like so not whimsical, dude. You don't get to look at like the pretty leaves on the ground? Because like sometimes they go brown here, but a lot of them turn like yellow and red. And the most fun part about walking this time of year is that as you're walking, there'll be like piles of them on the sidewalk. And you can like kick them around and like stomp on them to get the crunching sound. Oh my god, dude, the leaf crunch sound. Ooh, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. Bro, somebody should do leaf stepping ASMR. I would listen to that. Unironically, I would listen to that. Just ASMR of some like Foley sound of somebody like walking around crunching leaves under their shoes. Oh, that would be so satisfying, dude. That would be so satisfying. Wait, I'm cooking. Somebody needs to do this. I need to make a VTuber friend that has one of those like fancy ASMR mics and put them on game. But that'd be really funny. But yeah, I love fall, honestly. I'm glad that it's fall time now. I love being able to go out and wear a jacket again. Oh my god, dude. It's been so hot this year. And I'm such a jacket bro. I love wearing a jacket. It's just so stylish. It makes my outfit feel so complete. And so having to wear t-shirts all the time, it's just not my vibe in a lot of ways. I don't mind it. Like, I definitely don't mind going out in a t-shirt sometimes, but I like to layer it up a little bit. And it just feels kind of limiting when the weather is like too hot and you can't really like choose what you're gonna wear. Now, mind you, like, I don't have like a bunch of different jackets. So in a lot of ways, having to wear a jacket is more limiting fashion-wise, but it's also my style. So I don't care. Like, it just makes my life easy. Being said, my winter jacket is pretty old, and we are starting to get into the time of year where it is winter jacket weather. But yeah, it works. It gets the job done. That's what matters. What do you mean I may not rest? There are monsters nearby. Making me move all the way to the other side of this chunk so that I can sleep. How dare you? You know, oh, do I want to open this can of worms right now? I kind of do. I kind of do. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna talk about it. So, actually, wait. Let me collect my thoughts a little bit. Let me consider the topic I'm about to speak about. Let me read my notes. Let me have cough drop first too, because this is a whole ramble. This is a whole ramble I'm about to get into. So buckle up, grab your popcorn. Oh my god, sorry. This throat lozenge thing, throat pastille, whatever, it's so nasty, bro. Whenever it hits the taste buds that aren't numb, bro. Okay, sorry. So, on the topic of male fashion and just the male experience in general. I don't know how many of you guys are on Twitter lately. Hopefully not. I mean, honestly, I'd be happy for you guys if you haven't heard about any of this stuff. But a few days ago on the algorithm, there was so many posts about like, oh my god, male VTuber this, male VTuber that. How about you be a good VTuber? How about it's not harder to be a male VTuber? I hate when these people complain about how hard it is as a male VTuber and there's no difference. And I hate, these male VTubers who are just VTubers so that they can try and date other people. And then you look around and it's like they're making up people that like pretty much don't exist in the community. Respectfully, right? In my time as a VTuber, as a male VTuber, if I will, maybe I'm just a really good judge of character and I just steer clear of all of the problem people. But I both don't think that I've met like an obnoxious male VTuber in my time as a VTuber. I also don't really think that I have friends in the industry that have particularly bad experiences. Like, it really doesn't affect your opportunities, like, hardly at all. And I think most people know that, right? I think most people are now aware that, like, it's a different game than it was a few years ago. And there is no male VTuber debuff. It's different. You'll have some advantages and you'll have some disadvantages compared to women in the industry. But on the whole, like, both sides are completely viable and not particularly limiting either. Like, you should just be a VTuber and make the content that you want to make, that you think there needs to be more of this content out there. I think it's really entertaining. I think it's a great idea. And so I'm going to go out and make that because I'm inspired by it and I want to be the change that I want to see. If you do that, you're going to have a great time, especially when it comes to like your relationship with your peers in the industry, I feel like. But there's probably a small subset of people who basically just try and like replicate the success of other people in like the cheapest way possible. So, they'll try and get a model that looks really like thirst trap, himbo burly man guy. And that's not even to say that that's a problem, right? But they'll pair that with not really having like inspired content. There's reason to pick out like a big model like that. Maybe you look kind of like that in real life. You're like inclined towards fitness and exercise, especially if your content's going to talk about it. Or, outside of anything else, maybe you just want to look hot. That's not a problem either. Like, that's fine. But if you don't have anything beyond the eye candy to give to people, then, some people will then try and sit there and flip it as like, oh, it's because I'm a guy. If I was just a girl VTuber and I had big booba and I had cute voice, then everybody would be watching me right now. I would be successful. And the truth is like, no, you wouldn't. I think that there's a very slight advantage for women when it comes to stuff like that. You might, instead of having like, I don't know, a community of like 5 viewers or less, you might have like 10 or 15. But you're also probably going to plateau, and most of those people will be there with kind of dubious intentions. You know what I mean? Like, they're not there for you because you're you and you inspire them like that. They're there because you're like a person who is attractive and doesn't have a lot of personal identity, so they can kind of project the person that they want to watch onto you. And because you don't really have any sort of community going on, you'll just kind of roll with it. And I even experienced this a little bit when I was like very new to VTubing and I didn't really know how to set boundaries with certain like people that would show up in my community. And it only takes one or two of these people to really sour like the social atmosphere of your community. But, you know, sometimes these people will get more obsessed with like the idea of you than who you actually are. And so when I hear about people complaining that male VTubers, you know, have it rough, or more often than that, the very like regular creators who are either male VTubers that are succeeding and doing their own thing, or like just female VTubers that are wanting to throw their 2 cents in. Whoever wants to throw their 2 cents in, right? It doesn't matter gender. Gender really doesn't play a role in it. I don't care. But, you know, there's a lot of people on Twitter who will kind of see the discourse come up and they're like, I know that I'm not actually experiencing these like annoying male VTubers or whatever. But if I throw in my 2 cents right now, I can get a couple hundred likes for stating the most obvious thing of all time, and everybody will agree with me. And so you kind of have all of these people on social media making a big stink about it, to an extent where you would think like, oh, there must be a bunch of male VTubers that are like still complaining that it's hard to succeed all the time, or that, you know, you don't get to be as creative because you're a guy. And men are masculine and burly, and they don't do creativity. They don't do, you know, expression. They do muscle, and me lift big weight, and me make big dollar. And yeah, right? They get in that headspace, and you know, the discussion permeates to a point where you're almost wondering, like, is this like a common standpoint? To the point where everybody feels the need to talk out against it all of a sudden. And then you actually look around. I don't know. The most likes you'll see on like any post like that is like 10. Like, most of these people are arguing in like a Twitter thread where nobody is giving you a like. You're just arguing because you like to argue. And I've had friends who are like this, where they will argue with you, not even because they actually have like a story they want to tell or something like that, or because they want to convince you out of genuine interest in you. They're arguing because they want to argue. Like, they like being right. They like being right and convincing other people, or even if they're not convincing other people, convincing themselves that they are smarter than you, that they're better than you, that, you know, you hit your like gotcha moment, and, you know, this person, they dipped out of this argument because they just couldn't keep up with you. And in reality, it's like you were saying some nonsense, and you were like very unconvincible. You were like very, you know, solidly convinced of your own delusions, and they decided, I'm not going to waste my time talking to somebody who is not constructive, right? I don't gain anything, you know, symbiotic in this relationship. I'm going to bounce, which is a reasonable, like, pattern of thought to have. So, you know, these people, they end up arguing to like a brick wall, and then everybody on Twitter kind of goes, hey, point and laugh at the like 3 people in the community that are out here, you know, complaining about being a male VTuber. And in reality, the way that I feel about it is that as a result of everybody kind of collectively dogging on like 0.1% of male VTubers, because it's easy likes, it's easy, you know, dialogue to have, because everybody's in the same like court of opinion. In reality, it just kind of permeates this like non-existent guilt of being a male VTuber, I think, to where some people will read it and they have to have the thought that, you know, like, I'm not being like that, right? You know, and I'm just doing my thing. And most of the time you are, and you're fine. It's just like the teeniest, you know, people that are kind of new and they haven't figured out their own identity yet. They haven't figured out what they're doing. And you don't need to worry about them. You just need to figure out what you're doing and stay in your own lane and thrive. Because in my experience, right, I'm not a particularly masculine, manly man VTuber, but, you know, I'm definitely not androgynous to the point where I'm like passing as a woman either, right? You know, you hear my voice and you know, and that's fine. That's great, right? I am a guy at the end of the day, and I'm happy with that. But in my experience, you know, I tend to make a lot more female friends in the industry, I think, than male friends. And that could just be happenstance, right? It could just be by chance, you know. One of the first music friends I made was Rita, and Rita is, in a lot of ways, kind of a girl's girl. So if I'm vibing with her and I meet a lot of other people through her, it's not that surprising, right? But at the same time, I think about that. In my core friend group with Rita, she's like the only girl there, actually. So you know what? I don't think that's true. I don't think that that's actually the way that it panned out. But, you know, if I think to my experiences as a guy in the VTubing scene who doesn't lean super heavily into being masculine and trying to do, like, I don't know, boyfriend experience or stuff like that. I'm just a creator that happens to be a guy, right? I don't make it a point of my identity to be a masculine icon or like a femboy or some sort of gendered archetype. I'm just a person that does stuff that I think is cool, right? I've missed maybe one opportunity where I was interested in something and that person told me, you know, like, oh, sorry, you know, there's somebody involved in this that doesn't want to collab with guys. And that's fine because, you know, there's a whole plethora of reasons, even if you're not a guy, that you might want to participate in an event and they end up not wanting you for whatever reason. You're just not the right fit for that, what they had in mind. At the end of the day, like, I don't even know if I collab 10 times a year, let alone events. And these experiences can be great, but they're not defining to who you are as a creator. You know, missing like one opportunity because you have balls, like, it is what it is. You'll live, you'll be fine, right? You know what I mean? You'll be totally fine. But I think that there's a lot of people that like to sort of be doomer about it and paint big generalizing strokes that don't actually exist. And I think that having the kind of discourse on Twitter where nobody's actually talking and they're just kind of punching down at like this projection of an annoying male VTuber that's actually pretty rare in the sphere, I feel like. At least once you're in it. Like, I don't know, if you look at people that are like not really making content regularly, you know, maybe they're just on Twitter, maybe they just debuted like within a few months or something. And that's not a knock to people who are new. There are people who are doing wonderful stuff that are new, but there's lots of people that are still figuring it out when they're new. And they're acting in a way that they feel like they have to act because they don't know how else to get attention and they want it. I was there, you know. I used to make like these really generic, not funny, like meme shorts that I would spam on YouTube Shorts in hopes that I would garner an audience through it. And I got views on some of them, but I never got community out of them because I was just posting memes, right? And they weren't representative of my vision or me as a person. And then I started making shorts that were like just scripted like rambles about a topic like this right now, except scripted and edited a little bit. And when I did that, you know, I got views and some of the people actually became like invested in me as a person, which is dope. That's really cool. And I appreciate that. And I think it's a very similar thing when you talk about like the hypothetical, like obnoxious male VTuber who's trying to slide into your DMs, you know, with bad, nefarious intentions. And, you know, he should be a bigger creator, but he's just a guy. And so he's debuffed or whatever, you know. I think that 99% of guys are not like that in the scene, but they get punched down at sort of indirectly because it's such an easy feel-good punching bag for everybody else to talk about and like make these big swinging generalizations about guys. It's just like, you know, almost nobody will call you out for making fun of like a guy, just like as a general demographic to take a swing at. It's kind of the same thing where like I don't know if I want to say this. This is kind of political. And also, I don't feel that strongly about this. But I'll say that to preface it. But, like, you can make fun of white people a lot easier than you can of, like, any other broad racial demographic. And that's not to say that it's not for a reason, nor is it to say that I tend to find myself getting offended. It's simply an observation, right? Where it would be better if we just didn't make any jokes like that. And if you cultivate your social circle properly and you care about protecting your peace, you won't, right? Most of my friends, they don't joke about any group of people, you know, negatively consistently like that. Because why is the question, right? The question is, why would you do that? And it's the same thing for, like, you know, making jokes or statements that are kind of broadly sexist towards men in the industry because it's an easy punching bag and nobody's gonna feel bad if you do, or, you know, if you do it. At least not overtly. Like, you're not gonna get people jumping in to, like, call you out because you decided to take a swing at male VTubers at the same time that everybody else was doing it. But, you know, on the whole, I think that it was like a very nothing discussion. It was a very sort of pertinent dialogue in the sense that there were a lot of people posting about it on Twitter, but there was kind of nothing new being said. There was no actual like back and forth being had. It's just kind of the same reaffirmations as always that, you know, men are successful in this industry, and it's more about being creative than what gender you are. And I think that that is the one good takeaway out of the whole discussion is, you know, never feel like you have to either design yourself to look like your IRL self, which a lot of male VTubers do. And it can work, but just, you know, if you actually want to be more creative in nature as a creator, you know, which I think VTubing encourages in a lot of ways. It's very artistic in nature, you know, coming up with a story that kind of portrays your character and your person and your life experiences in a unique way, you know, getting in touch with that character design is really powerful and really fun. And I think more people should explore it and not explore it from the angle of like, well, I need to be a hot guy. I need to have ginormous pecs, like double D's as pec muscles. And on top of that, you know, they're super swole in some sort of fitted shirt, ripped shirt, whatever type of look. But it doesn't have a lot of character to it. That's the big thing that you have to not get in the trap of, because there's nothing wrong with making a model of a hot guy. I'm Ace, leaning straight, and I would love to see more sexy ass dudes in the VTuber community. Do not get it twisted, but do it tastefully. I'm thinking like, I don't know, someone like Gold Bullet from Hollow Stars, where he's got that kind of like archer look to him. You know, his clothing is very adventurer, but you look under the mask and the pecs are just like, they're staring back at you. They're like googly eyes. They're ginormous. They're huge. Like, you know, do it like that, you know. Look at like, I don't know, Luxium. When Luxium came out, oh my god, dude. Their designs were like some of the best designed VTuber wave like coordination I think I've ever seen. I don't watch any of the Luxium boys anymore. Maybe indirectly I watch Kuro sometimes, but you know, the point still stands from a character design standpoint. take your inspiration like that, you know, make it a story, make it interesting, you know. When I was designing my VTuber model many eons ago, and by that I mean, like, I don't know, a few years ago, I had like so much fun with the whole process, let me tell you guys. So what I was doing is, first I looked at like all of the corporate VTubers and I started categorizing them by what color their model was built around relative to their personality. So what kind of people are red, what kind of people choose blue, what kind of people choose orange, what kind of people choose purple, you know, so that I could come up with a design that would be what you think of when you think of similar like color palettes on a VTuber. And I remember what I came up with was like all the music people are blue. You know, at the time, a lot of the best singers are blue. And a lot of the like chaotic sort of unhinged guys are orange. So I was like, all right, I'm going to be blue and orange. Let's figure out how I might be able to make that work. And the truth is, you can't just stop there, because you won't get a good design that way. You have to think further about it. And what I sort of went to is like a twilight sky, which is how I ended up with the name Twi. But I liked it a lot because I really like sort of celestial like image language and like stars and space and stuff like that. I think that it's really cool. I think there's a lot of fun motifs to play with it. And I think that the having like dawn and dusk color wise, it's like a very transitional theme. You know, it's like the transition from day to night or night to day. And I also got into VTubing in a way that paralleled really well with it. At least the sort of unreleased lore of Twi, because I remember I was supposed to get a lore, like, I don't know, video. I was going to commission like a manga panel, and I never did it. Back when I debuted, the idea behind my character was that I was just like kind of drifting in space for like decades and centuries, and my life was motionless. It was purposeless. There was no motivation behind anything. And then I stumbled upon Earth, and I had this like childlike wonder to explore and be myself. And so, you know, that was like the motif. And it was a motif because in real life, what it was is that I was in school and I hated everything. And I felt extremely uninspired. And I was, you know, really moved by VTubing, and I really wanted to get into it. So VTubing was like finding a new planet to me after just sort of drifting along in space for a long time. And so that's part of how I like designed my character to be very like excited, bright, you know. It was all sort of part of the story. And I also tailored the fashion a little bit around like the kind of stuff that I like to wear in real life too. I thought it was cool to do it that way. But you know, doing stuff like that, I think finding a way to put your story into fantastical environments and express it through that makes you so much more engaging to learn about as a person. It was something that I learned from one of my streamer friends back before I was a VTuber. You know, I went through a few different designs and I had ideas, but none of them felt like they were like landing that well. I didn't feel that confident in any of them after I sat on it for a bit. And my friend was like, I really think that you need to write a backstory for your character. Even if you're not gonna do like lore, you should write a backstory for your character that pertains to you in real life. And I was like, I don't really see how it's gonna help, but I'll try it. And boy, was I wrong. boy, was I wrong. It was extremely helpful, and it made me feel way, way more represented and proud of my design in the end. I think it's really, really fun. It's like the same idea in a lot of ways as the type of people who make OCs to like express a certain aspect of themselves or their life. They write a character that can sort of express it in different, like through a different lens. And I think that VTubing is a really, really good medium to do that same kind of process. You know, tell your life story and play up the parts that you want to play up the most through a creative story interpretation. And, you know, I think that I honestly manifested myself getting better at music through my like design choices and the design, you know, the choice to like brand myself as like an idol. It really made me put a lot more effort into singing and making music, and I'm so glad I did that because I've experienced so much awesome stuff through music. Like genuinely just super blessed for some of the experiences that I've gotten to have as a result of learning how to, you know, sing and translate lyrics and do audio and stuff like that. Cannot overstate how integral it was in my career, I would say. It's been great. I was really wanting to talk about my experience with Mad Diner, actually, as well. Just because, you know, while we're on the topic of music stuff, it's gotta be the craziest musical thing that's happened to me in quite some time. Let me make a couple pickaxes so that I can have sort of free brain space. I don't have to think. I can just dig. There we go. All right, that should be enough. So, you know, Mad Diner came out a few months ago, and I remember listening to it and thinking, wow, that was a really cool song. It would be really fun to cover this, but I don't have like that many people. I don't know that many people. It seems like it'd be really expensive to do. But immediately I heard it and I was like, this is a really cool song, you know. I don't feel like you see Vocaloid songs that often anymore where they pull out the whole cast. You know, they got Miku, they got Rin and Len, they got Kaido, they got Luca, they got Mako, right? They bring out like the whole OG roster and make like these big collaborative kind of songs. You don't hear Vocaloid music that does that very often, especially anymore. So to see that in the Big 25 and it's a bop, I was like, oh, that's sick. But I didn't really think anything more of it. I didn't think I was going to do anything. Until eventually, I got the DM from Rita. And, you know, Rita was like, hey, do you wanna sing on this project? And you know, for Mad Diner? And I saw it, and I was like, oh my god, it's this song. Because this is like, I don't know, a couple weeks after it came out, I was like, oh my god, it's this song. I remember thinking this was really cool. You know, what a coincidence. That's so awesome. Yeah, let's do it, right? So, you know, I get invited to this server, and I look at the role distribution, and I see that I'm on Kaido, and I'm like, okay, of course, you know, I look like Kaito. You know, I'm probably one of the lower range voices, so that's fine. And then I look at the lineup, and I'm like, okay, Rita, Luz, that's my boy. I love to sing with Luz. And I see Shiki, and I'm like, oh, damn. Like, that's really cool. You know, Shiki, I think I've always appreciated as a singer, but I really liked Better Luck Next Time. That song was so great by Alahai. And I came to appreciate her singing more through finding that song. And then I saw that Nana was on there as well. And I was like, oh, we're just bringing out all the heavy hitters from Prism Project. Okay. Like, I think that Nana is a really fantastic singer as well. I don't know if I have, like, one specific song that comes to mind for Nana quite as much. It's more so, like, I've just seen her, like, karaoke or, like, performances every once in a while in the industry and been like, wow, Nana's a really good singer. And I love her design as well. Her design is very, very pretty. So, I saw that and I was like, oh wow, this is cool. And there was like one role that was still undecided. Yeah, I remember I was like, what if we get Shiny on here? Haha, JK unless. But you know, I figured we were probably gonna try and get like another VTuber on, right? Because it seemed like a more serious project. Although I do think, for the record, Shiny still would have ate. Shiny would have ate on Mad Diner, and I would love to hear the Shiny cover of Mad Diner. But anyway, you know, as it turned out, you know, I was low-key thinking, like, imagine if we had Issa on this cover. That would be sick. And then I found out that we were asking. And then I found out that it happened. And I was like, oh my god, no way. Like, that is actually super crazy. Because to me, Issa is like the VTuber I think of when it comes to like a VTuber that sings English songs really well. Like, not English covers in the sense of like taking Vocaloid and J-pop music and like translating the lyrics and doing that, but just singing like Western music as a VTuber and being really damn good at that. Issa is the person I think of for that instantly. Just frame one. Like, such a good voice, so controlled and talented and amazing. And so I saw that and I was like, oh my god, this is like a crazy lineup on this cover. Plus me. How did I get here? Is what I thought to myself. But more realistically, I was like, I gotta like go all out. I gotta make sure that I pull my weight. Because this is such a cool opportunity. So I was, you know, needless to say, extremely excited to be invited onto that project for Mad Diner. And Luz was originally the one that was going to do all of the lyrics. And I remember listening to the song, and I think I might have saw a post on Twitter where somebody was like working on English lyrics for the rap part with the gastronomy line. And I was like, this song seems really fun to write trans lyrics for. Like, doing the English lyrics seems really interesting. And so I ended up just like inserting myself into the translation team out of personal interest. I was like, I don't know if we're actually going to use... You don't have to use my lyrics, but I just want to try writing the lyrics for this, because this project seems really fun to translate. So I started working on doing the first verse of the Mad Diner cover. That whole like first verse with the rap section where I'm like, an open floor, turntables, welcome even if no one else to go. That whole part, and then the part where Rita gets the really fast triplets where, you know, yeah, I'll get more into it later. But that whole verse was all me, which I had a really fun time writing. I love writing rap lyrics, man. It's so fun. Hi TND, hope you're having a great day. Welcome, welcome. I'm talking about Mad Diner right now. Thank you. I had a really good time working on Mad Diner. I really gave it my all, because I was just saying, you know, like, I got the invite for that project and I was excited like already, just because I liked the song and I'm always excited to sing with Rita. And then it was like, oh my goodness, Rita, Luz, Shiki, Nada, Issa, like, oh my lineup. That's crazy. I felt so blessed that I was the one who was chosen to round out that team. I was like, wow, that is an honor that I will not take lightly. I'm going to do my best. So I had a really fun time writing the lyrics for it. I've been really enjoying doing English lyrics for Japanese songs lately. It's very fun. And I think I have a very like particular style for writing stuff like that, because I got into Japanese musically in a lot of ways through rap, like writing rap, listening to a lot of different music. But I think that what it really is that not for Japanese specifically, but in general, I started by writing rap music and not pop music. So I have a really good feeling for like internal rhyming and syllable play and stuff like that, right? And I learned recently there's like a term for this in Japanese that I found while watching like a study video with a friend, but it's called in o fumu, I believe. which is basically just a way of saying to step on the rhyme. It's a fancy term for internal rhyming, but I like the way that they phrase it because it's something that you can really feel if you listen to people rapping in Japanese. What it is, basically, in my experience, in my opinion, that makes Japanese rap so awesome is that if you look at the alphabet in Japanese, they're not really vowels and consonants separated in the same way that they are as in English, where every letter is just a vowel or just a consonant, right? You know, you'll have your like A, but then your B and your C, or, you know, like you'll have the consonants that go together more often, like S, T, S, H, you know, like S goes with a lot of stuff, but you get the idea, right? Words are formed in a lot of different ways, and sometimes you'll have words that have a lot more vowels, and sometimes you'll have words that have a lot more consonants, and it can make the flow a little bit, you have to be a little bit more deliberate about it, right? In Japanese, if you think about the way the alphabet works, there's the 5 vowels, the a, i, u, e, o, and there is the one consonant of n. And that's it for like black and white letters. Every other like sound in Japanese starts with a consonant and ends with a vowel. So you'll have, you know, you're like kakikukeko, darirurero, babibubebo, like whatever, right? Whatever letter, it'll always start with that consonant and end with a vowel. So every flow in Japanese kind of has to like kind of feel to it, because they always like start and end in the same way. And of course there's exceptions to it, right? But on the whole, it's extremely easy to make flows like that in Japanese. So it has a really satisfying rhythm to it. And I have a lot of fun finding ways to keep that when you move the lyrics over to English. So like, for example, on the gastronomy line, part of the rap, in Rita's rap verse on the first one, the Japanese lyrics for that like triplet part, it's Togisumasu kankaku to michi no spice. And so I have our secret recipe refined with never seen spice. So, you know, you gotta keep spice, but, you know, like michi, never seen. You try to like keep the like vowel sounds the same where you can. Especially on the triples, like kurida sareru original no style wa, right? That's like very fast. And I was like, how can I like make it have that Japanese feel where it's like you got those like very defined triples. And so I was like, creates a fun, original, unforgettable. It like flips the like U-O, the like you know, O, like back and forth. So keeping the same vowel sounds in the middle, keeping the same like syllabic sounds. That is kind of like the vibe of inyofumu. Is like you keep the same repeated like syllabic and vowel sounds as much as you can inside of the words. And you do that, you get a really, really nice rhythm a lot of the time. So I had a lot of fun writing that kind of stuff. It was really fun. Thank you, thank you. I also had a lot of fun just in general working on it, because it's the first time that I've ever written lyrics with another person before. So me and Luz were collaborating on a lot of the lyrics. Some of it, like the first verse, I just kind of went off and wrote it myself. Some of it Luz went off and wrote themselves, and I didn't really touch any of it. And some of it we did together, like the chorus we worked on together. And it was really interesting because there was actually a good few times during the process where I would look at what Luz wrote, and in my mind, I was kind of like, well, this doesn't feel like a super faithful translation of this word or this line. You know, like I would maybe do it this way. But I think that in the end, after I heard the finished product, all of Luz's choices contextually made sense as translations. Like, even if like one line wasn't as compressed of a meaning as the Japanese line, the like overall like phrase conveyed everything it needed to, and it sounded so catchy. Like you can really feel Luz's background in like K-pop style stuff and like even just J-pop, like the very pop background, right? You can really feel it because Luz is really good at writing very catchy, like flowy lyrics and stuff. And so it was really insightful and interesting to work with somebody whose style is maybe a little bit different than mine, but also really good. It was a great learning experience and just fun because I love hanging out with Luz. So it was really interesting. It's also a really interesting song, like all of the sort of old food kind of like, you know, language, like fancy language is very fun to figure out. There's actually, I had to research a topic I haven't looked into in a while. I had to look up Rakugo, which most of you guys have probably never heard of Rakugo in your life, which I wouldn't blame you for. I only know about it because I watched an anime one time about Rakugo, which is a pretty good anime, by the way. I didn't watch the second season, but I watched the first season and it was good. And apparently the second season's good too. So if you ever need like a good short watch, a little bit dramatic, kind of funny, kind of interesting, look up Rakugo. You'll probably find it. I don't think there's more than one. But Rakugo is kind of like an old Japanese performance art where they have like a collection of stories and they're kind of designed to either be read by one person doing a couple different voices or two people. So, you know, this guy will, or girl, you know, the performer will get up on the stage or the front of the room or whatever, and everybody will sit and watch. And they'll kind of walk through the motions of telling a story that has like a comedy punchline at the end, right? So the interesting thing about Mad Diner is near the end of the song, during the part where it's like, you know, like what you want to buy, how's your appetite, that whole like ending section. In the first one, you know, it just kind of, we went with like the last line for Issa as the diner being like, you know, is it really fine? Would it really be all right? Because there's not actually like a deeper meaning to that one. But interestingly, on the last line of the chorus there, in the like last chorus, the line is a direct quote from the end of an old Rakugo story about basically these guys are going around in a circle talking about things that they find really scary. And this fat guy, this fat guy was like, oh, I'm really scared of like pork buns or like steamed buns or whatever. And so to prank him, they all go while he's asleep and surround him with like loads and loads of meat buns to like get back at him. But he was lying. He actually just wanted them to do that so that he would wake up and have a bunch of meat buns to eat. And so in the story, they all get really mad at him and they're like, what would really scare you? Like, tell us, what would you find really scary? And, you know, and he ends off this banger of a story by being like, what would really scare me? Around these parts, I would be really scared of a cup of tea. You know, like, because he basically is trying to play them again, you know, he's just sort of rubbing it in. He's like, you know, oh, I would be really scared around these parts of having a cup of tea so that they'll go and get him some tea to go with all of his steamed buns or whatever. And so that's why we had the changed lyric at the end that we kind of had to figure out how to translate for where it was like, another cup of tea would frighten me if you don't mind. If you're wondering why we chose to end with that lyric, because it seems kind of random if you don't know, that's exactly why. It's actually a very deep cut reference to old Japanese storytelling and comedy, which is really cool. I thought that was really interesting because I don't think I've ever seen a Rakugo referenced in a song before. I mean, I don't know that I would clock it most of the time, so I'm sure it's happened before. But in a mainstream Vocaloid song like that, I thought it was a really sick reference. So I was like, I want to do my best to preserve this where I can. Or like, I learned that there was another reference in like the second verse to this like grand feast that happened in like one of the old Chinese eras. It was we didn't end up getting to make the exact reference. It was the part where it was like, so tonight we'll feast like kings and whatever's on the platter, I don't really mind it, is how we translated it. Was Issa's part of the second verse. But let me look back, because I think we have notes in here. Let me see. Mangkan is referencing the Manchu Han dynasty of China, specifically the Manchu Han imperial feast, which was a 100+ course banquet, which is insane. Over 100 course banquet is crazy. But it was just like one of, I think, the biggest like feasts in human history. So that was a cool reference to see. I think they were like feasting on like kind of weird stuff as well, if I remember correctly, because they were just like having such a ginormous volume of food. There was some kind of weird dishes. I might be misremembering that, but I feel like I remember something like that when I looked on the Wikipedia page, which makes it an even cooler like choice to use for Mad Diner as like a reference, I think. All in all, really dope song to translate. It was really fun and really different. You know, the only translyric project that I did before this was 3 Wishes, which was not really translating work because that song, like, Nintendo made English lyrics that go with it. They just were kind of clunky, so I helped go in along with Rita and I think maybe Luz as well on that one. I don't remember exactly. And, you know, sort of rephrase it to flow better, be more artistically expressive. You know, some of the lyrics are kind of literal, stuff like that, right? It was just kind of like polishing. Whereas Mad Diner was proper, like, let's take this Japanese song and bring as much of the vibe and the, like, meaning into English as I can, which was really fun. I think that doing English lyrics for Japanese songs is actually a really fun way to study the language, as well as just, like, I don't know, it's just fun as, like, a cultural exchange kind of thing. I had a great time. I also recently did another project where I wrote some English lyrics, but that one's not released yet, so you'll have to wait and see for that one. I have lots of secret projects cooking. I'm so not used to having like several projects that I'm like really excited to share about, but I like low-key can't. One of them's coming on Halloween though. I have something really cool hopefully coming on Halloween, so I'm very excited about that. Between that and Mad Diner, very, very epic October for me. Yeah, Mad Diner. I also want to mention while I'm talking about Mad Diner, aside from the lyric writing process being really fun, it was really interesting to record for Mad Diner. I don't think I've ever had to cosplay as like a bass singer more in my entire life. Like, I really had to bring my range to like the bottom of my range, because I saw the lineup and I was like, wow, this is a lot of really good singers. Like, I'm really excited to sing with all these people. It's gonna be great. But I also thought to myself, I'm Kaido for a reason in this group. I look at it and there's a bunch of really good voices, but there are also a bunch of really bright voices, a bunch of overall lighter voices, you know. Maybe Issa has a little bit more of like a lower timbre to her voice, especially for a girl. Not a little bit too, right? But they're not like bassy per se. They're more like kind of middling. They have like a rich kind of like mid-range to it. And then Rita and Luz and Shiki, they have like a really nice like light high kind of voice. You know what I mean? And so I looked at the ensemble of us as a group and I was like, oh, I have to be the bass. Because you guys, if you listen to my stuff, I tend to sing in like the higher part of my range most of the time. I tend to sing not even like, I like in my mixed voice kind of, like not all the way in my head, but like definitely up from my chest voice. Yeah, it's like a very like more peppy, kind of energetic voice. But I was like, I gotta change my style for this. I gotta like be the one who's bringing like all the low notes to the group so that it has a very full rounded sound as like a choir. And so it was really interesting. For the most part, I didn't find it like that hard. Because like for the main melody, you know, if I were to sing it left to my own devices, I probably would go the octave up, you know, like devour was focus. But also like some of the high notes would be pretty high for me. So like going down to like devour was focus. That's like that's pretty comfortable for me to like go down there. It's pretty easy. The problem with some of the ad-libs, bro, like, you know, if you listen closely, this is stuff that you never think about particularly. But, you know, during that, like, what you want to buy, what you want to buy, how's your appetite, how's your appetite? During that whole section, there's like this, oh, yeah, oh, yeah. And I recorded those an octave down. So I was like, oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Like, it's so muddy and, like, at the bottom of my voice. It's really subtle. The thing is, it works super well when there's like 6 people doing it and you can turn mine way down because it's just filling in the range. You're not even like really processing my voice. It would sound a little bit empty if you heard it there and then you muted it and listened back. The little like low end frequency is like adding more like depth and fullness to the mix, which is dope. But it felt really funny recording the raws for it because I'm like reaching so hard to get all the way down. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Like, I feel like I'm putting on like a comical voice, like a mocking voice, like I'm trying to put on my like dude bro voice or something. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go to the gym and I'm gonna bench 200 pounds and then I'm gonna eat a gallon of raw beef. Like, I don't know, that voice to me is just like such tough guy energy, which is so not me. You know, it's just not like normally the way that I choose to like express my voice. It was a very funny experience to record for, but it was fun. I had a good time. And I think that it came out really well. I'm really happy with how it sounds. I think that the mix sounded great. Like, I'm so glad that we got Kururu to do the mix. I remember Rita kind of asked if we had any ideas for a mixer. And I was like, I remember not that long before we were planning Mad Diner, there was the Prism cover of Mr. Music. I don't know if you guys heard that one. Like, hey, Mr. Music. Da, 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 da. I don't actually know the lyrics in Japanese, but I thought that was really good, and I know that he mixed it, and I was like, you know what? Big chorus song, pretty similar vocal cast. Kururu will probably cook on this. Let me throw the name into the ring, see what people think, and everybody agreed that Kururu would cook, and then we got the mix back, and Kururu did amazing, and made us sound beautiful. And also, oh my god, this project was so fun. It was like a bunch of worlds colliding staff-wise. We got Jingavis to do the art. Jingavis is the one that did the 3 Wishes art, if you guys don't know. So it was really cool. I don't think I've seen Jing do like art for non-Splatoon stuff, at least not that I've engaged with, right? I love their art for all the Splatoon projects, but they did a really good job drawing like out of that style. I think Jing has like a really glossy style, so really pretty. I love the art that we ended up with for the Mad Diner cover. It looked great. And Naki on the MV, oh my god, dude. Naki does not miss with music videos. She is so good, dude. So, I don't think I've ever seen a Naki music video that's like below a 9 out of 10. Like straight up. Her editing is so clean, it's so good. Like the whole staff of this project was just such a goated lineup from top to bottom. There was like so much love in that project. I feel so lucky that I got to be a part of that, you know what I mean? It was just really fun. It was so fun to be involved with that, man. It ended up coming out so well. I'm so happy with it. I know that Rita's got to be really happy with how it came out. Yeah, I was messaging in the group chat yesterday. I was like, all right, I've accepted my fate. I'm going to be looping this for like the next hour. And Rita was like, same. We were just sitting there gushing about the project. It was so fun, guys. Oh my god. I need to do more group covers, man. Woo! Singing with friends is so fun. Yeah, I know. Naki did the Liberame. The Liberame. Oh my, I'm so bad at pronouncing that song. She did the music video for that as well. It's a super good music video too. I love the music video on that song. I mean, I just love that song in general, but really, really, really talented lineup. Such a cool project. Gotta be, I feel like I say this every time that Rita invites me to do anything because Rita is just so cool, but always like gotta be one of the coolest music projects I've ever had the pleasure of getting to work on. So I had a lot of fun doing Mad Diner with everybody. It was great. I'm glad I got to write with Luz finally as well because, you know, songwriter bros, like, I don't know. It was fun to like actually be more like hands-on, like cooperative together with something like that. It was really fun. And, you know, I didn't personally get to interact that much with Shiki and Issa and Nana, but they're really nice people and really talented singers that I look up to a lot. So getting to just be able to sing with them was so cool. Like, I posted this on Twitter earlier, but I was like, genuinely long before Mad Diner, if you were to like ask me to name like my 10 favorite singers in the indie VTuber sphere, I probably would name drop all 5 of Rita, Shiki, Nana, Issa, and Luz. Like, I probably would name drop all 5 of them somewhere in my top 10 list. You know, I don't even know that I'd be able to order it because it's just different styles, right? Music is hard to like definitively put people over other people. So, but you know, just like if I had to like name 10 people that I really like their voice in the industry, I probably would have named all 5. So to like get invited to a project like that and see it, it's just like, woo! Like, you know, that's crazy. It was so cool, dude. The rush of that was so cool. But I'm really excited, you know. I've been doing more like singing with other people in the past few months, I think, than I have like in the past year and a half of being a VTuber. And it's really fun to sing with other people. Like, I have some really cool music projects coming out that are solos that I'm very excited about. But also, like, I have some stuff that I've been involved with that other people are on too that's been really fun. Like, not even just Mad Diner, but some other cool stuff that I can't talk about yet as well. And also just like, the Twig concert appearance that I had recently was really cute too. That was fun. Singing Daddy Daddy Do with the homies. I mentioned earlier, but I got a DM, or not a DM, in Twig's birthday server, somebody like pinged me. They were like, sorry for the ping. I just wanted to say that I really like your voice and I hope you keep singing. Bye. Which was so wholesome. That was so sweet. Because, you know, like, I don't know. You don't get, like, other VTubers kind of coming and like gushing about your voice or like your performances that often. Like, once you're friends with other VTubers that sing, you know, it's very normal to me to like roll up to their comments every time and be like, oh my god, you ate, this is the best thing of all time. I really like to come up with like witty ways of like tying whatever they performed into the comment. So I remember like Ada released a cover of like Marshmallow by Deco recently, and I was like, cooked the marshmallow so hard, call it a s'more. Like, yeah, I love writing stupid comments like that. It just makes me laugh. It makes me giggle. It's very silly. But, you know, to see people who like don't really talk to me like that come in and like gas me up about my singing is always like a really wholesome surprise that I never like expect to happen, but it's very sweet, you know. It's very wholesome, and I really like to try and be vocal about like encouraging people that I like their creative work as well. You know, if I hear a cover or an original or something that I really like, I'll try and leave a comment and tell them that I think that it's really cool and I love what they're doing or whatever, you know. I've tried to like voice my positivity online more because it's so sensational and easy to be negative about everything now, and the algorithms, they just love the way that doom scrolling boosts your retention numbers. So I gotta do my part to bring back the whimsy of the internet. Bring back a live internet theory. I love to do my part, but you know, it's one of those things where, you know, even if you're always trying to like put that energy out into the world, you never necessarily expect it to come back. So it's really wholesome. You know, the fact that I've had an experience like that, I think twice in the past few months, is really wholesome because, you know, I don't know that it happened like once in my entire career before that point. So very cool, very sweet. Shout out positivity and telling your homies that they're doing great and that you appreciate their efforts. But yeah, that was really funny. I had fun doing that concert with Twig, and that message made my day. It was really cute. But yeah, I mean, I've been talking so much about like projects from before I got sick that just, you know, are releasing now. Partially because they're releasing now, but also because, you know, there wasn't that much I could do when I lost my voice for like 2 weeks. It sucked. I was so excited this morning, or well, not this morning, this afternoon, when I realized I could sing. Oh my God, you guys have no idea. It's like, I decided to try, even though I knew that I probably should rest my voice a little longer. I was like, I'm gonna try it. I can't help myself. I miss singing too much. And it came out like really weak, but I was like, I think I might be able to sing normally. So I did a little bit of warm-ups, and then I tried to belt, and it came out, and I was like, oh my God, I can sing. And then I started recording, and after like 5 or 10 minutes, I started coughing again, and I was like, okay, so we're not like all the way back, you know. There's limits, but the fact that I can sing again at all made me so happy. So I recorded a little short cover and I put it on Twitter, and I put it in the clips channel on the Discord as well. I sung Pretender. I really need to learn the whole song for Pretender because it's like so famous, but also like a really, really good song. It's actually funny. I was talking earlier about how I learned about the term like inyofumu, like the step on the rhyme thing in Japanese lyric writing. I actually learned that phrase from a video that was breaking down Pretender and like the lyrics and the meaning in Japanese. And like it was sort of like a language study video where they made a lesson talking about like life through the lens of that song and how the Japanese conveys it. And I really liked that channel. I forgot about them for a long time, but I was studying with that video, which is really cool, and it reminded me of a really good song. It's actually funny. I was thinking of the video again because I've been helping an old friend who started studying Japanese recently, which is so fun. Oh my God, you guys. I finally get to be somebody's mentor, and it feels really wholesome and cool. I was reaching out to a bunch of people from the Osu tournament that I played back in April, because I've been planning my own little Osu event to happen sometime in November. I think I'm looking at November 8th right now. And I wasn't even reaching out to this person to play because I knew they were too busy. But I wanted to reach out to them anyway because they were an absolute beast when we played in that tournament. And I was just going through the motions anyway. I thought it was, you know, now's as good a time as ever to go say hello and see what's been up, right? And it ended up coming up to me that, you know, they're going to university now and they're studying Japanese in university. Not as like their major, but they're taking Japanese as like a minor kind of, I think. And they're like super beginner. So I was like, oh, that's dope. Because, you know, I love studying Japanese, and I'm happy to talk about it with friends who are interested anytime. And they ended up asking me to help them, with like their homework and help teach them Japanese. So it's been really fun to like look through like old video resources that I used to find helpful back when I started, or like, look at their writing and think back to when I was first learning how to write in Japanese, or they sent me a screenshot of their Anki deck where it had like 1 billion cards due, and I was like, yup. When you're first starting out with the flashcards, you're going through like 10, 15 a day, and it feels good. You're keeping up your daily streaks. It literally is like doing dailies on a gacha. You know what I mean? Like, it's fun. And then eventually you have like 300 cards due. And you're like, how am I supposed to do this? And the answer is you're not. You're supposed to just like do 20. You're supposed to just do a few new ones, a few old ones, and just let them pile up. You just gotta accept it. It comes with the territory. But it's like a funny throwback, you know what I mean? Because I remember being there, trying to get through, and like no matter what, keep my streak to where it's like perfectly clean. And then you look and there's like 80 cards due every day, and you're like, there's no way, dog. There's no way I can keep up with this. Oh, it's been a fun throwback. I also think I have like an interesting perspective when it comes to being able to help with like Japanese, like in a classroom setting. Because I know like some conversational Japanese. I can hold a basic conversation, but I didn't really learn Japanese by like talking to people a lot and consuming like vast amounts of media, like very, I don't know, like reality TV is the wrong way to put it, because reality TV paradoxically, or I guess ironically, is very not realistic. But like very slice of life stuff, like sitcoms and like not anime rom-coms and stuff like that, right? Stuff like that is what you do if you want to sound really native really fast, right? But for me, most of my like listening input was anime, J-pop / Vocaloid music, and like VTuber streams. VTuber streams were the most daily speech-esque thing that I would listen to. And that was only when I got more serious too. That was like my middle ground for I don't want to watch like these regular TV shows that I'm not that interested in. I'll watch VTubers doing Zatsudan streams and just talking about their life, and that's like a realistic enough listening practice in Japanese for me. But for most of my learning experience, it was just like whatever I picked up from watching anime and listening to Japanese music for years, right? But I had a decent amount of experience expressing myself in writing, because a big reason of why I learned Japanese was so that I could work with Japanese artists. So that I could go and commission a bunch of people that I found on Twitter and Skeb that I thought made really cool art, but I could actually talk to them directly and do commissions other than like going on Skeb and writing, "Hi, I love your art, and I would love if you could draw my character. I'll leave everything up to you. Like, I hope you do a good job. Thank you." Like, kind of just like, God take the wheel. I like this artist. I'm just gonna throw this in and let them draw whatever they want. Because that's really great, and it's fun to do commissions like that sometimes. But I don't know, I don't very often commission art just for the sake of commissioning art. Most of the time, I'll be like, well, if I'm going to commission art, let me like make a song cover or something, and then do something with it so that I'm like building myself and like building my character and my skills while, getting to treat myself by getting art of Twi. It's like tit for tat, I do this thing, I get this thing as like a reward, sort of, right? It's a very symbiotic relationship that I have with myself and the artists. So, as a result of that, when you're trying to do a lot of like song covers and stuff, from like a project managerial perspective, you kind of have to be more specific about how you want things drawn. You're more likely to need revisions. You're more likely to need to provide a lot more specific reference images and like descriptive text. And what I learned is that the translators are not good at that. They're not bad. The thing is, translators are really good if you know the sentence except for like 1 or 2 words and you need to figure out how to fill in that gap. Which is why I'm great at doing translative work, but I'm not very good at having a conversation on the fly. Because I can like verbalize like 80% of what I'm thinking. But I don't know the 1 or 2 important words that I really need to tie certain sentences together off the top of my head like that. I have to look them up, right? But getting to a point where you could do that really opens so many doors when it comes to working with Japanese people. Because, you know, at that point, like, it's just as easy as working with, like, English people. So as a result of that, I have a lot more experience with writing and the sort of different formalities that you can go through when it comes to like writing a letter, writing an email, how close are you with this person you're writing to, you know. There's kind of like 3 levels of Japanese like politeness, I'll say. And I don't actually know what the casual one is called, but there's like casual speech, you know, where you're just kind of talking without any formalities. And then there's teinego, which teine means polite, so it's like polite speak. And then there's keigo, which is like very polite speak. It's like business speak, basically. You use keigo when you're talking to somebody as like a business partner or like a higher up to you, like your manager or your boss or something, if you're not like tight with them like that. So, you know, a lot of the time in Japanese, you know, when I'm first reaching out to an artist, I might speak to them in keigo. And then eventually I'll kind of dial it back to like teinego. And then I don't really tend to, with people that I'm professional with, go fully like casual speech. But, you know, learning how like the different formalities and stuff like that go, it's interesting. It's very kind of similar to English, but very different at the same time. It's just cool. I will say one thing that's really weird about Japanese when you're learning it that can be really confusing is when you're trying to be more polite. You know, in English, when you're being more polite, you kind of speak additively. Like, I guess sometimes you'll use like big words, but a lot of the time you're just kind of like adding polite words around whatever the meat and potatoes of your sentence is going to be. Like, you know, like, hey, I would really appreciate if you could do XYZ for me by this date, instead of like, yo, do you think that the art is going to be done on this day? Thanks. Like, you know, like you're kind of fluffing it up, right? That's the best way to put it, is you're like fluffing up your words, right? That's kind of how you be formal in English. In Japanese, like, you do that. The same thing is there. But also, some verbs have like polite forms that are like a completely different verb, which is weird. You don't have to use them all the time. Like, if you wanted to say like to speak in Japanese, if you wanted the verbiage for like to speak, you could say like you, or like itta, like itai, like iimasu. Those are all like words that we use for speaking, like, you know, I don't know, darega ga itta, somebody said whatever, right? You also have hanasu, which is like a little bit more polite. You can kind of use hanasu, hanashimasu, whatever, in like any context. And then there's kataru, which is like to talk or to say, but it's like, I don't know, it feels like more formal to me. I don't feel like you really hear kataru in like daily speech much. Or there's like shaberu, which is like very casual. That's like a more like just day to day, like talking with somebody, like chatting almost. I feel like it has more of a vibe. There's like soldan suru, which is like, it has more of like a meeting or like consulting kind of vibe to it for speaking. There's like a lot of words for like talk in Japanese. There's a lot of ways to say that. And there's a lot of different things that you could do that with too. Like, I don't know, like eating. A lot of people will know like tabemasu, taberu, as like to eat. Did you know that there's a casual word for it that's just ku? Just ku. K-U-U. It's like very casual, like, you know, two bros talking to each other. And you might be like, you want to eat something, you'd be like, nani ka ku, or something like that. I don't know, like. It's like the level of casual where you're not even going to use like ka as like a question marker, or like, you know, like tai as in like want to or whatever, like tabetai or whatever. You might just be like nani ka ku, and then, you know, like just like the fact that your voice went up just tells them that it's a question. You know what I mean? Even though there's like words that can do that, you know, it's kind of the same thing as like asking a rhetorical question to your friend, knowing what they're gonna answer, I guess, sorta. It's weird. There's a lot of things that are hard to translate from Japanese to English in terms of like nuance. Like literal translations exist, but they don't catch the vibe. That's the cool thing about studying a foreign language, is even if a translator can like tell you roughly what somebody means, there's like a whole different vibe when you like understand the culture and like the small nuances of the words. And that's probably why I think writing English lyrics for Japanese songs is so fun, because you get to really dive in and explore those like little nuances and express yourself creatively while like trying to maintain the authenticity of those stylistic choices from a different culture. You're acting like somebody sort of facilitating a cultural exchange, right? It's like you're bringing these concepts from one culture that are hard to directly translate over to a different culture and trying to get them to experience the same like vibe that the original thing has, but in a way that they can internalize, because they can't just internalize like a hard translation. It's too literal. Really fun to do stuff like that. I find it really cool. And so it was really fun to so far to have been helping this friend who's like very baby at Japanese figure it out and like give them guidance. I feel like an older brother. I'm having fun with it. I know Luz mentioned that we should be study buddies for Japanese as well, and we never got around to that, but that would be fun too. Do some studying with Luz. I could probably go a little more in depth with Luz. I don't think Luz is like quite as conversational or like far along as I am, but they're further along than like absolute beginner, so it would be fun. It would be interesting to do some like learning together. As long as it's not textbooks anymore, man. Oh my god, now that I'm not studying for JLPT anymore, I never want to touch a textbook again in my life. Like, I learned a lot, don't get me wrong, but most of the things you learn in the textbooks are a lot easier retained and more useful for specifically writing tests than they are for like actually using the Japanese in your day-to-day life and using them in conversations. I mean, it's like textbooks for any other subject, realistically. It's just academics in general, right? Like, on the whole, you know, you don't end up actually using or remembering a lot of the stuff because you don't use it, right? My vocab was pretty good by the time I finished my vocab textbooks and my grammar textbooks and my kanji textbook, you know, and I was ready to write the JLPT. I lost a lot of those words, man. They're not up there anymore. Like, if I saw the definition for them again, I'd be like, oh yeah, I remember that. But if you just show me the word, I might be like, yeah, I have no idea what this means. You know what I mean? I had a lot of stuff like that. Like, you know, this is exactly what happened to my French. I remember when I was in school, I was good at French, and my teachers, they were like, you should definitely take French like further in high school. You know, I could drop you in like a grade 11 or 12 class right now, and I think you would be fine. And I was like, wow, That's so awesome of them. I can't believe I'm so good at French. And then, like, I even won a French award when I graduated from middle school. And then, not that that means that much, by the way, but anyway. I went to high school, and I did well until they started, like, speaking French, like, in the lectures, and they didn't, like, explain things in English as much. But anyway, I only did that one, like, mandatory year of academic French, and then I dropped it in high school. And I got, like, 80% that year. I did fine. I got an A. But, now, I haven't used French in, like, the better part of 10 years. And I forgot all of it. Like, I might, if you sat me down and gave me, like, 10 minutes to name as many French words as I can, I think I would get, like, 20 or 30. Like, genuinely, I can't, bro. I forgot it all. And the worst part is, because when my brain tries to go for, like, a second language, I have Japanese there now, right? If I really try and dig in my brain to remember how to say something in French, I start thinking of the Japanese words to say what I want to say in French. Because I don't have the French basis anymore. So my brain switches out of English mode, and it's like, oh, this word. Wait, no, that's Japanese. That's not French. And I do it every time. I genuinely do it every time. I find it so funny. I just, like, I can't do French, like, at all anymore. I'm curious how good my other Canadian VTuber friends are at French still. As long as they don't live in Quebec. If they live in Quebec, that's cheating. I'm eating a time lost right now because I needed water. Water check. It'd be funny, though, to see how good my my Canadian friends are at French still. This sounds like a funny stream idea. Get a bunch of Canadian VTubers on stream and then make them all take a French quiz and see how fraudulent they are. Wait, that sounds fire. That actually sounds really funny. Because, like, I do know a decent amount of Canadian VTubers. I probably could organize, like, a little event like that. The problem is I would have to write the questions, probably, and then I can't be the one doing it. But, wait. I have a not VTuber friend who's Belgian, and he speaks French. So maybe, I ask him, I'm like, yo, no, but then it's going to be European French, not Canadian French. Ah. Okay. Who's a Canadian VTuber from Quebec that could be the host? Ooh, you know, I've never spoken to him before, but I know a guy. I know a guy. No idea if he would be down, but I do know a guy who is a VTuber from Quebec that most certainly speaks plenty of French. Because I do think it would be really funny. I have, like, the skeleton of a game show event that I was supposed to host a really long time ago called Are You Smarter Than a VTuber? It's like, Are You Smarter Than a 5th grader, sort of, but, like, homemade and for VTubers. Specifically, so there's, like, a couple special categories. And I still want to do that event at some point. I think it'd be funny. I feel like I need the right friend group before I'm ready to, like, bust it out, but I feel like it'd be really funny. Especially after seeing how trying the actual Are You Smarter Than a 5th grader game went for me. Because I ended up finding that to be a lot harder than I thought I would. I don't know, man. Academic smarts is like a muscle, man. You use it or you lose it. And I be losing it. That being said, I'm not, like, upset about the fact that I've lost some of my, like, academic knowledge that I had back when I was a good student. Because most of it is not stuff that I use anymore. Like, there's a reason that I forgot it all. And I really didn't like being in school. Like, I was always a good student, but it was very, like, begrudgingly, you know? I sort of lost my spark for having fun at school probably in, like, 6th or 7th grade. It was pretty young. But, you know, I feel like now that I'm an adult, I've sort of relearned that learning stuff is actually super fun when you have a reason to learn it. Like, learning is so dope. It's so fun. And you can, like, feel so much pride in, like, learning new skills and trying new experiences and stuff like that. But learning things arbitrarily almost never sticks very well. That's something I think that I've learned the more mature that I've gotten, is like, sometimes, you know, even if something is logically a good thing to learn and invest in, and a lot of people do it, they do it for a reason. Like, they found a purpose to it that maybe you're not at a point in your life where you've got that necessity yet, that like drive to push you. Like, for example, I did not start exercising for a while. I feel like a lot of guys probably wait as long as I do to get into exercising, but there's also a lot of guys that get into exercising and eating healthy, relatively speaking anyway, a lot younger than I do, or than I did, I should say. And it's not like I was sitting there thinking to myself, like, oh yeah, you know, this health stuff is boring and I don't need it. You know, I always thought, oh, I should learn more about exercising and get into that, and about eating right. But I didn't have, like, a reason. And I'm, by nature, a very picky eater as well. So I would sort of, like, I don't know, maybe I'd watch cooking videos or fitness videos or whatever, and I would be like, this is cool. But I didn't, like, feel a personal reason to engage with it. So I would just forget anything that I looked at. But then I went and I had to do eating therapy. And I had to do, you know, like, I had to start exercising for certain goals that I had in mind for myself. And through that, I sort of learned, like, oh, this stuff is interesting and cool. And a lot of the information that I looked into, you know, I actually retain it because, of course, it's part of my daily life. It's what I'm eating. It's, you know, stuff like that. Or, like, I hated math. That's a good way to, that's just a good sentence as a standalone. But the truth is, I actually loved math. I was a huge dork for math until, like, 7th or 8th grade, when everything started to become theoretical and, like, not stuff that you ever really use. And it only, like, grew my disdain for math further and further the deeper into my education I got, because the stuff becomes more and more niche, right? You have, like, no use for, like, 90% at least of the math that you're learning in school. The skills are useful. The ability to think mathematically and to understand shapes and stuff like that is great. But a lot of the time, I think that the way that they go about it is very abrasive to, and, like, not conducive to actual long-term committed memory and, like, building strong foundations that last. You know what I mean? It's the kind of thing where you get really good at it for the test and then you forget the next week. Or if not the next week, definitely over summer vacation. Like, you know, it doesn't stick with you. But when it comes to, like, theory crafting stats for, like, games or doing budgeting for my projects and stuff like that, oh, I'm all about the math. I love it. I love calculating stuff like that. And it's fun to dip my toes every once in a while back in. But when I had to do it all the time, I hated it. You know, this is funny, actually. This reminded me. I don't know how many of you guys saw it, but Rita did a stream where she took a GED exam as, like, a reference to part of one of the Persona games she was playing or whatever. But she just took, like, a regular GED. And I can tell you that because I've taken a GED. I know what it's like because I did it. I have that degree. And her test was very accurate, by the way, I will say. The like, balancing, the questions style and everything, really, really similar to my experience actually writing it. The only, like, big difference was that you didn't have to write an essay for what Rita did. Most likely because, I don't know, maybe she didn't want to get Shiny to have to grade an essay. Even if she did, maybe it'd be biased. Who knows? Not that it would matter, because the essay grading was so light on the GED. Oh my god. Yo. The fact that the GED is designed for people that have been out of the school system for a long time, right? And everything is multiple choice. Everything is multiple choice. You would think if I got one section perfect, it would be one of those subjects, right? My only 100% in the entire GED was my written essay, which is funny given that it is the only subjective thing in the GED. Maybe that just means I'm stupid. I don't know. But it was the only thing that I actually got perfect in that exam. So I don't doubt at all that Rita, being as articulate as she is, would get at the very least like a 95 in the essay portion. But anyway, for fun, I went along with Rita's VOD, and I also took the GED with her as a retake for myself, you know, because I thought it'd be interesting. My goal was to see if I could get perfect on everything. I failed. I was close. I got one wrong in science and one wrong in math, and I think that was it. I'm pretty sure. I think that was my only 2 mistakes. But funnily enough, while I was going through the answer key that Shiny sent me from it, I noticed that Rita got scammed because I got scammed. One of the questions had the wrong answer marked in the answer key, which from my experience when I did a little bit of practice materials for the GED was not an uncommon experience. Unfortunately, a lot of the books that people made for it, they were just like kind of variable. Like most of the questions would be correct, but some of the answer keys were wrong. But anyway, I went through and I was like, nah, there's no way that I'm tripping on this. I had to like look it up. It was a question basically where you were doing a budget for someone, which made it even worse for me because I was like, oh, I do money stuff all the time. I have to know this, right? And they showed you a pie chart and they tell you a certain amount, like let's say $2,500 was this like 42% section of the grid for say. I don't know that these numbers are the same, but it was something close to this, right? How much would the entire pie chart budget be worth? And the way you solve that is really easy, right? You think about it this way. Okay, so 2,500 is 42% of the total. If I divide that number, that $2,500, if I divide that by 42, I'll get 1% of the total. So you divide it by whatever percent you know that you have, and then you have 1%, and you just times that by 100, and that's how you get the whole. And then from that point, if you needed to solve like the specific things in the table and you knew the percent but not the amount, you could then say, okay, well now I have 1%. I can see, 1 times 35, or alternatively, you could take the whole and like divide it. But I think it'd be easier to just take the 1% and then multiply up. Anyway, that's how you solve that. And I looked it up and I'm right. Because of course, it just makes sense. That's like one of the most intuitive math rules there is, I feel like. But for whatever reason, the answer key had that labeled as wrong, which I was tripping out. So I remember I had to message Rita and I was like, hey, I just want you to know that your answer key is stupid and you actually scored better on math than you thought you did. By like one question. But I was that kid in school where I would go through and if I didn't understand why I was wrong, I would get really angry. And I would have to make sure that I figured out why I was wrong. Because otherwise, like, I would get so cheesed if I found out that I answered a question correctly, but it was marked as wrong. That would always make me really upset. So, I feel like I rechanneled my younger self a little bit when I took that GED along with Rita's stream, and I was like going through the answer key like, nah. This is right. The answer key is stupid, and I know better than they do. And I did. For what it's worth, they must have made a mistake. Maybe they accidentally just, like, input the B instead of the C as, like, a typo or something. I don't know. But I had fun reliving the olden days and taking my GED again. Not that the GED was like hard. I didn't have to study for it. If any of you guys ever find yourself in the circumstance where you don't finish high school, first of all, I hope that you do finish high school. Don't be like me, guys. It's not that bad most of the time. You really should finish it out. It'll just make your life easier. You know, I'm a big advocate for taking a break after high school. You do not have to catapult yourself straight into post-secondary education. You can go out and explore the workplace a little bit. You can explore hobbies a little bit, explore socializing as an adult a little bit, figure out who you want to be, and more importantly, who you don't want to be, before you go ahead and get yourself like $100,000 in debt. Unless you live in a country where education doesn't cost all 4 of your limbs, in which case, have fun. Must be nice. But, you know, anyway, if you ever find yourself in a position where you didn't get a diploma, take the GED. It's so easy. It's genuinely, I promise you, anybody can pass the GED. Unless you, like, failed out of high school badly. Not even cause like you weren't trying. Like, you tried and you went into math and you just couldn't wrap your noggin around it. You got like a 7% every time. You know, you just roll up. This is gonna be the one. I crammed so hard. My science teacher is gonna be so proud of me. Let's go. You roll up in there and you score a 14%. If that's how you fail out of high school, that, you know, maybe academics not for everybody. That's a very, very small amount of people. You know, most people, they could easily take the GED with no studying, pass with flying colors. That's why I was kind of surprised when Rita mentioned that she wanted to see if she could do it. Because in my head, I've taken it, right? So I know how easy it is. I was like, oh, Rita, you're going to pass it. You're going to ace. You're going to ace this easily. Anybody could do the GED, which is a good thing. You know, one thing I like about the GED is that for the most part, the questions are either very like academic in a way that's adapted to real life situations. You know, they're very practical questions, or they don't make it unfair to you in the same way that school does traditionally. Like, Rita's test, when she did it, was actually kind of hard for this reason on math, because she didn't have a formula sheet. But when I took the actual like GED where they give you the degree for it, they give you a formula sheet for math, and like I think if there was any formula questions in science, there was a formula sheet too. So if you need to calculate anything, you get a calculator and they will tell you what the formula for it is. Because that's what being an adult is like. Like, you know, when you're out of school, nobody expects you to remember the formula. Just Google it. As long as you can solve it, nobody cares. Like, you know, at the end of the day, that's one of the most arbitrary things about school, I feel like, is the amount of knowledge that they expect you to commit to memory, where you grow up and you realize, like, you don't have to remember any of this stuff. Like, you just look it up. I guess what it is that the school system's really outdated, right? So, like, 100 years ago, it would be a pain if you had to go to your community's, like, one library every time that you needed to solve something mildly to moderately difficult. And you just have to hope that somebody wrote a book that they have at your specific library in your little village or whatever. But, you know, in the modern era, it's a whole different game, bro. Like, there's no reason to be forcing kids to remember all of these, like, arbitrary formulas and stuff, because it doesn't stick, bro. If you ask me to tell you, like, the relationships between, like, tangent, sine, and cosine, I can't even tell you what they are anymore. I don't even remember, bro. Forget using them, bro. I don't even remember what they are anymore. And I got an 80 in math that year. I did fine on those trigonometry tests. But you got me messed up if you think that I could tell you anything about what I wrote a few years ago in those classes. Like, there's no way. You could put a bounty on it for like hundreds of dollars, and unless I restudied it, I'm not passing. Maybe it's multiple choice. I guessed my way in, but off the top of my head, I don't remember any of that stuff, you know? That being said, I do think there's like a balance to it. Like, it makes me really sad to see how normalized using ChatGPT in school is now. I feel really bad about that, I won't lie. Because I think the difference to me is like, if you're Googling something to learn it, it's kind of the same as if you're like looking at a book and reading to understand a concept. Like, you have to be more careful about where you get your information from, because there are people who go on the internet and spread misinformation. No way. Unbelievable. But on the whole, there's lots of great information that is on the internet. And, you know, as long as you can verify that it's like a reputable enough source, it just gives you an explanation. You're still like thinking and synthesizing the information yourself, right? But when you ask ChatGPT to like sort of summarize it all for you and like find everything, I feel like you're removing the part where you actually figure out what it is and like apply that by, you know, writing out your question, especially when people use it to assist them with writing. I really don't get that, because to me that's generative AI at that point. And, you know, like every other VTuber, I am very vehemently anti-generative AI. I'm pretty anti-AI. Oh, I mean, there are definitely very good use cases for AI, and there's lots of things we use on a day-to-day basis that are AI. Like, you know, if you ever, as a content creator, you know, you go to make a thumbnail and you click the magic wand tool to get rid of like whatever stuff is surrounding the object you want to outline, that's AI right there, where it looks at that image and where you clicked and it goes, okay, this stuff is all the background, and, you know, I'm gonna draw the outline of this shape with like a cut tool and then cut it for them. And that's dope. I love that. But like, I don't want it to like make the whole thumbnail for me. I just want it to like, you know, instead of having to trace out the whole thing by hand with an eraser, sometimes the magic wand can get the job done, and it makes my life go a lot faster. And that's great. But, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, I like the idea of Googling to figure out what you want to say, and then, you know, quoting it and commenting about how it pertains to whatever statement you're making. I don't like the idea of asking ChatGPT to give you a prompt, or sorry, like you give it a prompt and it tells you, you know, it does the Google for you, but then it also like explains exactly how it's pertinent to what you were thinking about, and it just removes your process of like internalizing that yourself. I feel like it's like making you stupider. And not only less like stupider doesn't necessarily feel right, but what it is you're less personally attached to your own thoughts, and I don't like giving up that agency. I think that that's dangerous. That's probably why I really don't like using ChatGPT. You know, there are some people that'll be like, AI is a tool of the future and you gotta get with the times, you know, use it as like an assistant to help you, you know, with your ideas or whatever. And to that I say, people have been coming up with good ideas for literally like thousands of years, dog. Like, I'm pretty sure that I don't need the robot to tell me exactly how to do it. Thank you, though. And I hope that more of my friends come to realize that too, because I have some... one of the things that's so great about being a VTuber is people are so well versed and understood on why AI is not a good thing, or at least the direction of stuff like ChatGPT and stuff like that, because it's very easy to draw the parallel with like generative AI art, which we've seen how not cool that is, especially pertaining to our space, right? But average people, they're not like artistically involved in most of their hobbies enough to have that kind of like intuition for it and that experience. And so they don't really like realize the gravity of outsourcing your brain, which is not good. That is really not it, in my opinion, in my personal opinion. You know, there's definitely times where it's fine, but I also think there's times where, like, I don't know, the AI just like hallucinates some information that's not true, and or like it sort of misleads you. Like something I've been noticing more often lately. I don't know if you guys can relate to this. So I tend to ignore the like AI summary if you Google something because I think it's annoying and I don't care about an AI summary. But aside from just that, sometimes when I'm looking for like information, and so I Google something and it's pulling up like forums and stuff like that, I have started to notice that when it shows me like the preview text of whatever website I'm going to click on, maybe it's just a random Reddit thread, maybe it's an article, whatever it is that I'm trying to grab information from that has come up after I Google a problem or a question or whatever, right? The AI is starting to like splice different parts of the article into the summary text to like summarize what it thinks I'm looking for before I even click the website. Which is kind of not what I want. Like what I want is for it to like, I don't know, basically control F for whatever like keyword or question I'm asking that was referenced in this thread, and then show me like that body of text, like that paragraph, whatever it is, that should be the preview point, right? Is exactly what that website says that contained the words or the question that I Googled. But I don't like it when it's like sort of splicing a few different parts of it, because sometimes it ends up painting like a narrative of what was said that is just not the same thing. Like you go, like you see the preview and you're like, oh, it's this, you know, it's like this. And then you read the page and you realize that it's just completely misinterpreted. Which, you know, then you feel like conflicted because you had an expectation. I think that's the worst part, is you have an expectation and you feel like you found an answer that you didn't actually find. Because that's the biggest thing that I think I've learned as I like experience more stuff, is the more expectations you have going into something, the more it kind of brings you down when it's not what you thought. When I have a question that's like diabolically niche, and I'm just digging through forums, praying for like an adjacent similar problem that somebody found and managed to solve, I don't feel bad if I click on and I find nothing of value, because that's like the expectation, you know. You're kind of holding out hope that maybe you'll find something, right? But that's like, it's holding out hope. But when you see the preview and it makes you think that like the answer's right there, and then you go and read the article and it's not actually what it like previewed for you, it's like, oh man, I gotta keep researching. Like, yeah, I didn't figure it out. It's tricky. Very tricky. But, you know, anyway. Long ramble is long. I don't really have anywhere I'm going with this, but I miss the good old days when Google was just like not trying to be my brain. That was cool. Those were cool times. Shout out to individual thinking. Remember to use your brain, guys. You have a really beautiful brain with a lot of wonderful wrinkles on it, and I don't want you to smooth it out. The modern internet is like a sheet of sandpaper grazing across all of these beautiful webs of nerves that you have running through your cranium, and you need to make sure that you don't let them polish that beautiful, beautiful dome of yours. Stay wrinkly, boys. I don't know why I chose to phrase it like that. It just sounded funny. Do I have anything else on my, like, chatting list that I wrote down? Let me look about stuff that I wrote about. I feel like we've been live for so long that I've actually talked about, like, all... Oh my god, I forgot. Do you guys know that today is National Kick Tall People Day? According to the extremely, highly reputable source of Urban Dictionary, I found out about this wonderful holiday because I saw on Twitter, I was reminded that October 21st was National Throw Short People Day, where you have permission to yeet anybody under 5'6", 5'4", one of those two. I don't remember. I think it was 5'6". Yeah, it was. Wait, I remember now. It was 5'6", and then Luz is 5'5". So I was like, Rita and Luz, you better watch your back. And then I sent the picture of National Throw Tall People Day. Or Throw Short People, sorry. Throw Short People Day. And Luz was like, expands my spine 1 inch. And then I noticed, afterward, I think I've seen this before. So I was like, I wonder what National Kick Tall People Day is. And I was like, October 25th. Oh no. My comeuppance is going to be very soon. Much more rapidly approaching than I thought. The bar was so low for it, too. It was like, if you're taller than 5'4", like, you have permission to kick anybody who's taller than 5'4". And so of course, I also sent the National Throw Short People Day to Lionel because I thought it would be funny. And then I also mentioned Kick Tall People Day, and she was like, "Yep, I'm gonna kick you, right in the twalls," abbreviation for Twi balls, of course. And I was like, "No!" But I think she forgot. I think I'm safe. I only gotta wait out 43 more minutes, and my gold doubloons will be safe once again. I don't know. It does feel funny to me because I think it's funny to have the bar really low for Kick Tall People Day as like a get back for having like the day about making fun of short people like right before it. But above 5'4" being tall is an extremely generous definition. I guess it depends, right? If I see a girl who's like 5'5", that's like decently tall for a girl. But if I see a dude who's 5'5", that's like decently short for a guy. You know what I mean? Like, it just depends. Like, I don't actually feel like I'm particularly tall. I'm like 5'10", which is exactly average for a Canadian guy. I've looked it up several times. It is just the average male height here. Oh, we found lava. Okay. But yeah. But I remember at my old job, actually, I used to work with only women. I was the only guy there, and they were all short almost. Like, almost all the women I worked with were really short, like under 5'3". And some of them even like 5 foot, like 4'11" or so, I think. So there were a lot of really short people there. And so they just started calling me Tall King, which I thought was funny and kind of embarrassing at the same time. And I felt conflicted because I'm not actually, like, tall. I'm just not, like, short. I'm just, like, the upper end of average, I guess. I'm not even the upper end of average. I am just average, like, TM. But I still thought it was funny. I'm all out of iron, right? Yep. Dang. Hopefully we find some more iron. That'd be really cool. We're getting pretty close. We're on layer 10 right now. I think I'm behind pace from most people. I thought that the small ant run was slow, and he took a little over 3 hours. We're coming up on 4, so... This has been more digging than I thought, but also it's gone so fast. I have no idea how it's been almost 4 hours. It feels like it's been like 1. I miss streaming so much, you guys. I hate shutting up. I hate being quiet and not talking. It's spewing my brain into the microphone. It's just, it doesn't feel right. I feel so at home here. You know what else is a game that I need to hop on for like a long stream probably later this week? Rogue, dude. I started playing Rogue again because I was looking for I don't know, I just needed like chill games to play while I was sick that didn't require like any physical power, but I found fun. And I started playing Rogue again, and I've been having fun doing that. Cause like, I don't know, Uma Musume kind of hits my roguelike fix, but at the same time, it kind of doesn't, in the sense that it's so luck-based. It's very hard to, I don't know, sometimes grinding Uma Musume is just frustrating because you can't act, there's so much stuff that's out of your control, right? Only 2 iron? So stingy. I can't make a pickaxe with that. Okay, oh well. Yeah, I started playing that again. That's been fun. I wonder if Nevu has played Rogue. I know he played the other Pokemon roguelike that came out a while back. I think it's called The Pit, which I've never tried. But I know that that one was hard. And I know that he tried it on stream at least once. I didn't watch that stream, admittedly. But I know he's played it, so... I gotta see what's up. I think... I'm still holding out hope that, like, if I have any VTuber friends that would be able to do, like, a Pokemon event with me, I think that Nevu would be the one. I think so. Also, I didn't get to see the stream, but I saw that Rita tried out ZA. So I hope that she enjoyed her first experience with Pokemon. I'm really curious about Legends ZA, honestly. Because from what I've seen, right? From what I've seen, the discourse online, there's a lot of people who are very much sort of speaking of it like this is unacceptable for a game this price, you know. It's so unrefined, it's so unpolished, and, you know, the story's not even that good, yada yada, whatever. And they're right. As somebody who's been not just a Pokemon fan, but a Nintendo fan for my entire life, they're 100% right. That game is way too expensive. But every mutual that I've seen who plays the game has been saying that it's really fun and they had a great time and it's immersive, even in spite of the corners that it cuts. And, you know, stuff like that, I think it gives me hope about the series. I think it's really cool. I don't know if I'll ever end up being able to, like, justify purchasing it for myself, but I'm glad that my friends are having fun with it, and I hope that Rita has a great first experience with Pokemon as a result of trying ZA. This is the pipeline. You guys know we had Shiny coaching Rita to play Splatoon. We're gonna do that for Pokemon. I'm gonna make Rita a Pokemon god. That would be funny. Hard to imagine, but it would be funny. Oh my god, I threw my pickaxe. Come back. Come back, pickaxe. Thank you. How deep does this lava pool run? I hope it's not that deep. But it looks like there's a lot of lava, man. I can't tell. Is this it? It's like if I do this, and I like block all this out, is that gonna be the end of the lava? Is there no more? No, there's more. Oh, this is the thing. I watched a teensy tiny bit of some of the people that speedran this category. This very stupid category. And I noticed that they would stockpile gravel so that when they run into lava like this, they can use the gravel to drop it to the bottom of the lava and get at it that way, which is really smart. Oh my god, there's iron here. Okay, I need to drain this out. I'm gonna get jump scared by lava. Nope. Oh my god, there's lots of iron. Okay, this should be enough iron for the rest of the run. Probably. TM. Fingers crossed. Oh, I see bedrock. Oh my god. Home stretch in sight, boys. Home stretch in sight. Okay. Put this in here. Oh my god, wait. I have lava. I can, like, get rid of my garbage. Wait, this is legendary. Oh my god. I can actually pick up items again. Okay. Coal in. I only have 2 coal? Help it. Okay. Yeah, it'd be cool. I know Shiny's been playing ZA a little bit as well. I watched him playing a little bit. I was very, like, mentally not there. I was watching him while I was sick still, and just kind of, like, barely enough to hold a conversation. But it looked fun, honestly. Like, does the game have its scuff? Yeah. Yeah, it does. But does it look like it would be a fun game anyway? Also, yeah, I think so. I just wish that you didn't have to be like an oil prince to afford playing Nintendo games anymore. Oh! Oh, baby! Look at that. Yo, look. Diamonds. My diamonds. All my down. So far I got 2. Y'all remember that video of the kids singing it? Oh my god. That video is funny. I actually did only got 2, man. Come on. Oh, there's a 3rd one. No! Oh, I got it. Dude, I thought it was gonna burn. Oh my god, I thought it was gonna burn. Wait, oh my god, we're gonna dig so fast, guys. Oh my goodness gracious. Diamond pickaxe. Oh, I have another furnace over here. That's where the iron is. Oh, baby, look at it go. Boom. It's glorious. Really? Really? You're gonna put dirt in my face as soon as I get the diamond pickaxe? Force me to utilize my spade? How dare you? The audacity. The absolute audacity. Oh, bedrock. Y'all. Almost there. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at that. Look at that, guys. We're so close. We're in the bedrock. We are down here. We just need to like dig it out. Oh my god, home stretch. Lapis lazuli. That's cool. I feel like lapis is such a cool ore. Like nobody gives lapis the appreciation it deserves. Like lapis block, the like little cobalt kind of look to it, I think it's pretty sick. Is this like the edge of my chunk? I can't tell, I'm too far down. Yes, that's that corner. Okay. Oh, we are getting real close, boys. We are so close. The end is in sight. This has been such a chill experience. I don't know why. There's something so therapeutic to me about just like terraforming in this game. Like, if I think about the kind of stuff that I did when we ran, like, the first anniversary Twi Minecraft server, or when I do, like, my streams on my solo world, there's, like, a lot of just digging out spaces to, like, build something where I probably could have, like, made the ground. Like, I could have just found somewhere where it's easier to build, but I just chose to, like, dig through a bunch of stuff anyway. There's just something about digging, man. I don't know what it is. It's just, I just have it in my veins. I'm just a dwarf. In all aspects but height. I am a dwarf and I diggy hole. Would you guys still love me if I was 4 feet tall? No, there's like levels to it though. Like if you guys have seen Freerun, dude, what's the one like dwarf's name in their party? Like Aizen or something? Oh my god, it's been too long since I watched Freerun. I love that anime. I should remember this. Whatever that guy's name was, that's definitely not his name. That's a different character, I think. Whatever the dwarf guy was, that guy was cool as hell. He was like so shredded. Or like, I don't think he's actually like a dwarf, but like the old grandpa in Dr. Stone, who's like really good at building everything for Senku and like absolutely jacked, but also like 5 feet tall. I don't know why, but like comically short, really buff guys is such a dope character aesthetic. I love it. It's really funny. Wait, I just realized I have to mine these crafting tables and furnaces, don't I? I haven't like cleared the chunk per se if I leave them behind. Let me do oh my god, that one is so high up. I got a tower. Okay. Can I reach? I can't reach. There we go. Look at how far we've come. Look at the distance. Isn't this a beautiful metaphor for life, guys? And totally not just the fact that we dug a hole for, I don't know, 4 hours. Oh, we actually literally just passed the 4-hour mark. No way. Immaculate timing. What am I going to do after this? I actually haven't eaten like a proper dinner today, straight up. Or lunch. I finished off my loaf of protein banana bread today. And I ate like 3 slices. And those are filling slices, dude. Because it's not just the protein powder in it. It's like the fact that I started using oat flour. Oats are dense, bro. Like, I always look at like one little slice in it. You know, if you think about like compared to regular bread, it looks like such a light snack. You know what I mean? And you eat it and you're like good for at least an hour. You know what I mean? You eat a couple of those, like, that's borderline a meal at that point. That was with the bread that's, like, really small slices. When I did muffins, like, one of those was breakfast, easy. So maybe I'll have some, like, proper food after this. But it's also weird because I don't want to wait to, like, cook. My sleep has actually been good lately, y'all. I don't know what happened. So when I was sick, it destroyed my sleep because I couldn't sleep for more than 3 hours at a time. I was, like, really, really dead because of it. And then I ended up on a schedule where I was falling asleep. And I was actually sleeping through the night, but I would fall asleep at like 5 a.m. and I wake up at like 2 p.m. or something like that, 2 or 3. which is not great, but at least I was sleeping, right? You know, no complaints there. I was actually getting some rest. And one of those days, while I was still sick, I just ended up feeling really tired to the point where I went to bed early. And I woke up at like 10 in the morning. And very fortunately for me, that stuck. So I've actually been getting up at 10, which feels great, dude. Like 10 or 11. I love getting up while it's actually still the morning. Like I can say good morning and it's not even like a haha good one, you know? It's like, oh my God, it is a good morning. It's morning outside. I did that. I woke up in the AM. I feel like it matters more, especially like this time of year as well, because the days are shorter, right? The days are so much shorter. You know, a few months ago in the summertime, sun might not go down until like 9, 10 p.m. Like it can stay out like really long. But, you know, now it's like sun's going down at like 5. Maybe 6. So it can be a lot harder to get the sunlight if you wake up like really late in the afternoon. And it always is nice to, even if it's just through the window, you know, even if you don't actually go out and touch the grass, you don't go outside. It's nice to look out the window and see that, you know, the world do be out there sunning it up, beaming those rays. I still gotta take vitamin D, but you know, I can be a sun appreciator even if it's from a distance, and I'm definitely deficient in vitamin D. I don't really know how this category works. Do you have to like physically clean like all the blocks around the bedrock, or are you supposed to just like? Because I wouldn't be that surprised if you're allowed to like go down to wherever the like highest block of bedrock in your chunk is, level that, and then call it like the end. I don't know how it works, so I'm just gonna like really clean the bone here, you know what I mean? It's like if you're eating wings at the table and you don't want to look bad, you know, you gotta clean the bone, right? You gotta go all the way. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna clean all of the stones out from in between the crevices. I don't want to leave any meat on the bone. I don't know what this analogy is. This is a weird analogy for digging a chunk in Minecraft, but you know what I mean, though. You get me. Look, I'm just excited because pretty soon I'm gonna get wings for the first time in a while. And I love wings, bro. Oh my God, dude, especially Korean fried chicken. I'm actually such a sucker for Korean fried chicken. It's so good. Like, I can't wait. Like, usually once every month or two, I'll go to a restaurant with my mom. And, you know, like, I'll just kind of be up for whatever she feels like having me try. But every once in a while, she'll, like, you know, sort of clock that I like a spot. Especially if I invite her there once. And so when she's making plans with me, she'll be like, yo, do you want to go to the fried chicken restaurant, you know, on this day? And I'll read that and I'm like, to say less. When do I not want to go to the fried chicken restaurant? Yeah, let's do it. You know, I was actually kind of scared because she asked me that while I was sick and I had to make the plans in advance, and I was like, God, I really hope that I'm going to be feeling better by the time that I can go and get chicken with my mom. Because aside from the fact that I just want to see my mom, I also would love to go and eat some chicken again, you know? There's always space in my heart for some deliciously sauced chicken. There might not be a better way to claim the space in my heart. That might be the most surefire method, is some good ass chicken. So I'm very excited about that. But yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do for food tonight. Maybe I'll do some chicken tendies. Doesn't take too long to cook. Or maybe I won't even cook. Maybe I'll just snack. Have some like cheese and crackers or something. I haven't done that in quite some time. But we got some more. I remember for like the first time in what feels like weeks, I wanted to snack on some like saltine crackers, and we had just happened to like finally run out of them, and I was like, oh, can't have anything while I'm sick, man. But they're back now. We have more of the saltine crackers. I remember I actually used to really lean on the saltine crackers in some ways because I didn't like most of the foods that you get recommended to eat to increase your iron intake. And I have a very, very slight iron deficiency. It's like right sort of teetering the line of fine and what counts as a deficiency. And this was years ago. I probably don't have it anymore. But I wasn't willing to like eat anything that had a decent amount of iron in it. Except for the saltine crackers. I don't know why those little square crackers with the salt on top actually have a decent amount of iron content in them. Not like insane, but you know, like it's something. It's definitely not nothing. No, I used to rely on those a bit when I was a lot more picky about eating. Lucky for me, actually, oats are a pretty good source of iron. So as like a secondary effect of me consuming oat flour, or like, well, baked goods made of oat flour and getting like fiber and protein through that, it's also a good way to get some iron. So shout out oats. Oats are actually like crazy good as like a eat this in the place of your usual carbs and like profit type of food. Now don't get me wrong, I will still sometimes eat my fries, and I will certainly still be eating my rice almost daily. Nothing can replace rice, okay? Rice is the GOAT. I love rice, but it is nice to have like another sort of food in that category that is good for you that I actually like using. I really appreciate that. Because I remember, I don't know, I tried like quinoa back in the day. My family doctor was like, yeah, quinoa is a really good source of iron. You should do that. And I tried it, and it was okay. I made it a few times and then stopped doing that. Like, I'm pretty sure that was like 2 years ago, and I still have that bag of quinoa, I feel like. I'm pretty sure that the one that's almost expired in my cabinet is the exact same one. I would be surprised if it's not. I feel like quinoa as a standalone is not that good, but you can like mix it into stuff and you won't like notice it too much. There's also something I wanted to try that I saw while I was researching like protein bar recipes for like ways to make a protein bar type snack at home, where you take advantage of the fact that quinoa is actually pretty high in protein, and you can do this cool thing where you wash it and then you like toast it in a pan, and you can get the like little quinoa, like I don't know if they're seeds or whatever they are, to pop, kind of like popcorn. They like puff. And so you can do that to get the same kind of effect as if you've ever had a chocolate bar that has like rice crisp or like puffed rice in it. So like I think of like Crunch, for example, Crunch bar. It's like the same kind of vibe, hypothetically anyway. Allegedly, word on the street is that the quinoa bar is kind of like that. And so I want to try it because I love chocolate and I love puffy, crunchy bits, and I think that sounds immaculate. And if I can do that with like dark chocolate and the quinoa, and it's actually healthy for me to like grab one of those, that's a good idea right there. And you know what? I actually finally got my cooling racks as well, so I could do it. I forgot I can actually do that now because I have cooling racks. It's funny. I was looking for stuff to put on my throne when Shiny made me make a throne by politely suggesting and egging me on a little bit. You know, I was just a gun to the back of my head. I was so forced by his suggestion. I was just looking for like little things to fill it out with because I thought it was funny. And in the process of like Amazon surfing, I was like, oh yeah, I was supposed to buy, you know, cooling racks. I think that he was gonna buy it for me, and then I was like, oh no, I already ordered that. Like I knew I wanted that, so I just bought it. He was like, what? Like, Shiny's so funny, man. He's such a funny guy. I still can't believe that he bought the Uma Musume thing on the throne. The one thing that I put there as like a joke. I can believe it, actually. That's a lie. I can 1000% believe it. But I didn't expect him to do that, though. It caught me off guard. I feel bad for him because my pulls have been absolute dog water garbage with the very generous carrots that he purchased me. Mr. Psy Games, it's like even with the credit swipe, they will not kneel until it's my credit swipe, until I get in there and drop fat stacks of cash out of my personal bank account until they will be satiated. Their greed disgusts me. Biblical greed from Big Psy Games. Big Uma Musume. But you know what? At least I have beautiful art of me as an Uma Musume now, so I don't care. I pulled the real SSR, and it was myself in the Discord. I still find it really funny, by the way. A bit crude of me to say this, but I find it really funny that I like low-key asked Lionel to buff my boobs, but she drew me as an Uma, and she actually did it. I was joking. I didn't think she would actually do it. I was very like, I was gonna say pleasantly surprised, which isn't wrong, but it's not how I wanted it to come out. I thought it was funny anyway. Cause I don't know, when I saw that I was drawn as an Uma, I was like, oh my god, that's so cool, was my first reaction. And my second reaction was like, oh my god, they didn't choose to make me flat. That's crazy. Cause I don't know, I think like normally the instinct is like, especially if you have like a soft male character anyway, and you're gonna draw them as like a girl, you might as well just draw it flat, right? Like that just makes sense. But that is far from the ideal. The ideal. We reached peak. We achieved peak. And it's all thanks to Lionel, as per usual. And I'm actually out here cleaning the bedrock. I gotta do like parkour to make sure I don't get stuck. I mean, I could just build my way out, but I think we're nearly done here. There's not much left. Oh. On cue. Got myself stuck. It's actually sick that the diamond pickaxe lasted like pretty much exactly how long I needed it to as well. Shout out to the diamond pickaxe for, majorly expediting the sort of ladder split of this challenge. This has been a really zen stream. This has been a really, really chill vibe. Definitely the chillest speedrunning experience I think I've ever had. Normally when you're speedrunning, you're like constantly on the verge, like making sure to try and not make any little mistakes. But here it's like, whatever, bro. I'm just digging a hole for like 4 hours. And that's kind of fire. I'm not gonna lie. That's a vibe. A great background to my yap sesh. I think we're done. And I got myself stuck. That's a beautiful shot to end on. Where's my like end button? I gotta like actually click the live split. 4 hours and 16 minutes and 17 seconds and 37 milliseconds is approximately how long it took me to dig an entire chunk in Minecraft. What a good use of our time, guys. What a great use of our day we've done today. Is there blocks up there? Am I tripping? Whatever. No, there's not. That right there, not real. It's probably a crafting table and a furnace, but no. I already hit the end split button. Oh no, what am I gonna do? Ah. I'm sure that I was more thorough down here than anybody else. And so that makes up for the 2 blocks that I missed up there. But anyway, I'm really glad to catch up with you guys. I'm so happy that I can talk enough that I can stream again. I'm so happy that I can sing again. I really hope, even though it was really rushed and kind of cruddy, I hope you guys like my little rendition of Pretender that I put on Twitter and in the Discord. I hope you love Mad Diner. I'm so happy that it's out now and how it came out. I had a really fun time gushing about it on stream. It was really fun. Thank you guys just for hanging out. I miss you guys. I miss you guys. You guys are my kin. You're my people. I felt so alone when I was sick. But now I feel back. I found my place. I found my home. So thank you guys for hanging with me once again on a little impromptu Saturday fun. I might be back tomorrow. I also might have to rest my voice tomorrow because I did a lot of work with my voice today between the singing and streaming a 4.5-hour chatting stream for like my first day of really using my voice again after resting. So I might need more rest tomorrow, but maybe I'll be back. We'll see. If not, I'll be back soon in next week. But thank you guys so much for hanging with me. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day or evening wherever you are. If I don't see you tomorrow, have a great rest of your weekend. And I will see you very soon. Bye-bye. Take care, everybody.